Good morning, everyone. How are we all doing? Hopefully well. Welcome to HJW Gaming, and this is going to be my season start stream for the latest season, my first season in 2.0. So hopefully you guys enjoy. As always, if you have any tips or guides or anything for changes since 2.0, different startup tips that vary from 1.0, feel free to chuck them in the chat, as I'll definitely appreciate that. It's a little bit early for me this morning, so I'm a little bit bleary-eyed. You'll have to forgive me if I'm feeling a little bit slow, but as usual, I'll probably make a ton of mistakes at the beginning, so you guys can all chuckle and laugh at me as I go along. So feel free to enjoy and let me know. So this season that I'm playing, once again with Home, my usual fellowship, we are playing a Kings of Men server. We were originally going to play, I think it was a Tactics Evolved or a Rebuilding Glory, but we had a little bit of problem with both of those in registration, so we've jumped over to a King of Men, and we're going to spawn up here in the Ered Luin region, and I'm actually going to select Ered Luin as my start region once it's loaded up. Oh, it's chilly this morning as well. Do I want to buy something straight out the blocks? Not at the moment, thank you. Right, let's see what we got. Just checking everything's running fine. Looks like it is. What's our location looking like? We've got... we always get horrible locations. We've just got a massive mountain range here blocking us off. But we are in range of Ered Luin, which will come in handy. We do have a crossing as well. Not sure how handy those are in 2.0, but should be useful. So let's kind of get moving. We're just going to get the apothecary and the storage built. Get some troops going. Or not, can't do it till we've done our barracks. Description post, storage again. Right, need to pick up this construction queue before I forget. Try and load a few things a little bit quicker. Tons of packs in here, obviously, as always. Tons of gift packs. We will be picking up this stamina tincture one as well with the construction queue. So you know what, I'm going to go ahead and do that now if you give me 2 seconds. I am still here, I'm just kind of blocking the screen obviously if I'm doing purchases. Shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes. I probably will pick up the season pass as well. While I'm here. And then we can kind of get cracking. And season pass. Just because I know the season pass contains a fine smoking pipe, which makes a big difference in this season. I think the fine smoking pipe's a pretty good item. So let's come back to here. There we go. I have also unlocked some kind of rebate, which appears to be related to how much you spend, which is always a little bit worrying. So we're going to get invites and things for commanders. We already have Respect 10, a full quilted sharp item set. Interestingly, if we do another one, we do get a black bow as well, which is quite interesting. And we would get Treebeard on the next one, but I don't think we're going to get to that. Right, now we've got 3 queues, we can get cooking. Why can't I unlock the barracks? Let's get all of this going. It's a weird one. Can't. Structure prerequisites not met. This is a weird one. What am I doing wrong? Does anyone on chat know why I can't build my barracks? Oh, there we go. Sorry, main hall 2. There we go. Staring me in the face. Cool. Let's get that going. I need to get some troops going as well. We're just going to set 2 or not until that barracks is built. Come on, let's conscript some blooming troops. Game's just been a pain in the arse. We will set up our commanders in a moment. We just got to get all these little admin-y bits out of the way. Storage again. Right, there we go. We can finally set some more troops to conscript. So, at the beginning, I believe we only have 2 formation armies, so I've got to decide who we're going to use. It's interesting, one of my commanders, Theoden, there's already on low health, which is interesting. I'm not sure where that's come from. Of course, our troops are men troops, so I think what we're actually going to look to use to begin with is our kind of second formation. Although we don't have any mounted units, but I think I'm just going to look to use Aemir for his commander damage. And then chuck with him someone like Denethor or Imrahil. I think we'll use Imrahil with ally, I think. And just get a ton of healing on the go. We'll also be using Dane as well, and Gandalf the White, so let's chuck Dane in there. Well, hopefully, I think it's Barracks 6 that you unlock 3 army formations, then we can really kind of look into things. So Gandalf the White's on really low HP, which is really odd. How do I heal that? Oh, okay, so I have to use a ton of stamina things right out the gate. That's odd, but okay. Right, commanders. So my Dane looks like this. Not the best Dane in the universe, but you know, decent enough. Obviously I haven't got many refines in this, which is a shame, which is keeping my damage quite low. But as I never used damage dealing commanders previously, I didn't have a huge amount of equipment ready for him on the changeover. But yeah, we will be using Dane, so we're going to look to just first up put all these points into King Under the Mountain, just to get that damage, and then the next instance of damage plus 10%, and our last skill point will go into Durin's Blood for the high damage. Equipment's fine. Gandalf the White's equipment should really be changed into an agility set rather than Law of the Arcane. I haven't actually updated this. Might look to do so a little bit later on. For now, but we want points into White Council to try and get that damage resistance as much as possible. Right, let's get them moving. There's like a 15 power tile. Is there actually nothing here? That's quite disappointing. 15 up here. There's a couple of 10s, but I don't really want to take a 10 power tile. Some more 15s over here. That's great. Let's just go for a 10 and see how it does. Have we got Fellowship yet? Not quite yet. I can hear the worrying sign of my dog chewing something in the background, so give me 2 seconds. Sorry about that. Any dog owner can attest. As soon as you hear your dog chewing something, it's just complete panic stations. Alright, purchased all these things. Update notice. Cool. Make sure our construction queues are still running. Alright, let's get some horsemen available as well. So how did this go? Not particularly great. I don't know if there's an easier way to take tiles or a better formation to use at the beginning. Have I skilled? Well, I haven't skilled those commanders. No wonder it didn't go great. Absolute rookie mistake. So we're going to go with just Eodig to begin with, if that's pronounced correctly. Just get as much physical damage in as possible. And Imrahil is going to use ally to get that healing in as much as possible. Although actually it requires medium units for the healing, so maybe that's not the best combination to use to begin with. Let's take a look. Maybe it'd be better to use a Isildur for now. Yeah, I think that is what we will do. So we've got those medium units available. Could also look to use someone like Gandalf the Grey, of course. Yeah, so let's swap that one around. That was a bit of a mistake there. We're already starting with mistakes. It's always a fun start. Any of you guys watching, this is my usual season start, is whilst I can build good guides and things like that, I almost always never follow my own advice. I always make mistakes. But that's kind of part of the fun of the game. Let's clean the season pass. So let's try Dane over here now with Gandalf the White. Now, so that White Council should, give him a strong amount of damage resistance. I haven't got the most focus, obviously, it's just purple armor, so I've only got 99 focus. I don't think I have any massively useful focus boosting gear here. You'll notice a lot of my gear is built around troop buffing, which isn't ideal. I'm tempted to put on this Elven Dirk, because it does give initiative as well for Gandalf, which can be very useful. I do have this quilted armor as well, which gives not quite as much focus, but does give +3 initiative. And similarly, I do have other armor around which can be useful. I do have a Call of the Forest. Dane marching slow. Need some stone, as always. So I think in with the change to the starter buff, for those of you who don't know, they have changed the first 24-hour buff from where it used to be. So instead of using 50% less stamina per march, so 10 stamina per march, you now still use 20, but you get 100 maximum stamina, so 300 stamina. This, of course, is a little bit of a pain, as it means that instead of regenerating a fresh march every half an hour, as 10 stamina regenerates, you actually only get 1 extra march every hour. So you only get 24 extra marches for your main commander compared to 48. So tile taking is a hell of a lot slower. You'll also notice that the troop loss reduction has gone as well. Used to lose 50% less troops, where they would instead be put to the apothecary, so still be available to you. Instead now, that's gone completely, so troop management is a little bit more important this season. So it's not good to unlock all abilities for your commanders. What do you mean, sorry? Do you mean putting like 1 point into every single ability? No, that's not the best way to go, because instead you can put points into a single ability and get it up to a higher level, basically, which can allow you to be more effective, because there's a lot of abilities that aren't particularly useful for some commanders, and you don't want to be using those. Basically you don't want to be using those. So we lost more on this, but it is a higher power tile. No, thank you. Here's home available. There we go. Distance away, medium. That's always worrying. Who's in at the moment? We have Van, Amelie, Big Daddy King, Sappy Durin, Deadface Dawn, Rain, Lightning, Fool of a Took, Swagassi, and Benef. That's cool. Good morning, everyone. We have all these silly challenge things. Get this main hall done so we can get moving forwards. Right. Must take tiles. We need to get some of those medium units conscripting in a second as well. Grain. So we're just doing the usual thing of making sure, constantly running, conscripting. In the previous 1.0, I'd always recommend prioritizing conscription over building. But actually I think in 2.0 it might be better with, because you'll hit a bottleneck much sooner, as you won't be able to take tiles as quickly or easily. I think it might be better to instead actually prioritize building in this version. I haven't tested it as of yet. That's my plan whilst I'm here. But yeah, I think building might be more important to get you out of those bottlenecks and get you up to the kind of higher level troops sooner. So let's send AMR up here as well. Take this to get us out of any kind of bottleneck we're in. Set these off. So we'll start conscripting some medium troops in a minute as well, which will allow us to get kind of AMR up and running a lot quicker with kind of ally healing build, but we're not in a massive rush. We do have a bunch of stamina tinctures here, which can come in useful. We do also have these resource boosts, which came from one of the packs I bought at the start. We can, of course, speed through some of this if we wanted, which I might start doing at some point. So, for example, just so that way I can get both of these going. There we go. There's probably a much better way to be doing all of this, what I'm doing right now, but slowly does it. Right, so Dane's hit level 6. I don't know at what point you can take level 30, but I reckon next level I could be okay. What other kind of fellowships do we have kicking around? Obviously they won't all be set up as of yet, but we have Home, we have Sons of Valor. Looks like it's a Russian-speaking team. This is their kind of record. We have Whack Them All. There we go, won their last campaign. And currently Hail Theoden. So we'll see if there are any kind of big teams in here at the moment. Normally with Kings of Men you do have some massive teams kicking around, so we'll see. You're in, I don't want to say it, the Lube Fellowship. As you say, you're playing against Echo, I assume, against me in the Echo server. Which is going very well for us, obviously. Right, what's this flagging me up as a notification for something? Well, it's just a case of kind of waiting and watching and keeping moving forwards. I don't really want to take another 10 power tile, but I don't think I have another 15 in range. How many 30s have we got in range? So we've got a couple here. One here. So do I just take one more 10 power tile just to get them leveled up? I think it's a little bit of a waste. I might actually just create like my Tyler formation here. Oh no, I can't. Oh, there we go. I can create another formation. Cool. I'm just going to use 2 commanders, which I'm not going to be able to set up right from the beginning to use, just to do my tiling across 1 power tiles. So I'll probably use Gil-galad here, as I can't get him running till I have elves. Oh, and we do have 3 army formations as well. Cool, I'm glad I don't know how I missed that. So let's get them in. Trying to work out who I'm actually going to use. See, I haven't actually done as much planning as I usually would to see what I need for the various different armies, or planned out my armies as much. I know I want to use the healing mounted formation, and I know I'm going to be using a damage dealer formation with Dane, but I haven't planned out exactly what I'm going to use. I've got a few options. I've got, normally of course I'd use Gil-galad, but without elves, don't have a, it's not particularly great, as I can't use that that avoidance. Of course, can use something like Alliance Leader. High King, of course, is pointless. Icicle, but it's not ideal, really. I could chuck King of Men in there. Do have him Respect 3, so he can get his damage dealing abilities. Also have Gimli, Theoden, Denethor and Imrahil ready for that formation. A couple of different options, but I don't really know what I'm going to use. I haven't really planned this out as much. So ideally I'd chuck Isildur in with Dane and Gandalf here, just to get that damage mitigation as much as possible. But I think I want to, because I've already used some stamina on these guys and it's regenerating, I think I actually want to level up my kind of second formation first, in a weird way. You'll see a little bit later on kind of why. We have Gandalf the Grey, so both of these require medium units if I'm correct, which we don't currently have, so we will start conscripting those once our normal troops are out of the way. So I think we do have Elrond as well, I suppose. Could chuck Elrond in there as well. Does buff men units well. Do we go with half elven? I think we do. But that big defense boost. And then we'll start with Villiers Ringbearer. So I think we're actually going to level up this formation first to begin with, and then we'll get Dane going later on when we've got a bit more military academy done, so that we can take higher power tiles with him and use his stamina a little bit more effectively to take those higher power tiles sooner, because we don't want to waste his stamina. We do need to take one more tile really to get him to get to a place where we want to be to level up. So I think we're going to path to some kind of 15 power tile. It's a little bit frustrating as we don't have a huge amount of resource around here. I'm just looking for 15 power tiles here. I'm seeing almost nothing. There's one here and one here really, and that's about the limit of what I've got. So we're going to have to set up a formation to take these low level tiles. And I don't really want to use anyone whose stamina I might need later on, so I might still swap these out and use a different commander. Say like Frodo and Sam with like Gandalf the Grey, for example. And I should really put those with my evil troops. Just the ones I'm not using. And then let's go Gimli as well. And these are only going to take 1 power tiles, but still, let's get our losses as low as possible. Take a ton of skills that should be useful for keeping damage down. Which one? Is it that one? That's the evade skill. Damage received lower. Initiative. Let's go with this one. Reduces damage, and then of course Gimli, we're just going to go with pure damage from Durin's Blood. We do have to give some kind of equipment, and I'm not really interested in giving them my main equipment really. A lot of rubbish kicking around, but let's just give him something that boosts his attack. There we go, plus 30 attack. This isn't being used. There we go. Yeah, as I said, these are only being used for taking those low level tiles, so I don't really care what what effect, what buff, etc. on them. Unit defense. Let's get some more focus in there. Should have set all this up in advance really. I should have done a stream yesterday where I just go through all this and get it set up in advance. If I was clever, that's what I would have done, but oh well, we'll survive. Hopefully we don't lose many. It's only a 1 power tile. I don't know why I'm worrying about this, to be honest, but let's get them moving. Right, we have our first ring level upgrade, level 2. Ring skill, early kind of prioritization. What would I recommend? I think to begin with, obviously you always want to have dominance maxed, so you can have the maximum territory limit possible and as many resources coming in as possible. Usually I'd recommend not taking extract and kind of saving your ring points for when you reach ring level 10, so that you can take enormous power, as many points as possible into enormous power, and also points into gather. However, I think with how slow this kind of season will be, I think actually extract may be the way to go, as you're going to hit a resource bottleneck a lot earlier, as you're a lot more limited by tiles you can take, and you're going to have lower production at the end of your 24 hours compared to where you are previously, because you can't take tiles as quickly, because there's more troop loss, you know, lower march speed compared to the previous buff. All these things make a big difference in how much resource you're generating early on. So I actually think an extract can be really useful to you know, get you out of resource bottlenecks. Speaking of which, we have got nothing running, which is criminal. Alright, let's get some horsemen coming in so we can really get AMR running in his healing formation. No losses on that tile, which is good. What do we need to run? Right, we need this conscription post, we need some stone. Okay, well, so I mean, we're hitting like bottlenecks really early. It usually wouldn't. So let's just take all this stone. Need to keep a little bit of an eye on my other resources as I keep taking these, to make sure none of those get close to bottleneck. Well, max resource rather. Right, let's just speed through this. So we're still lacking on stone. Right, so we need to upgrade the lumber tribute, and that way, okay, we'll then get a bit more stone. Hopefully you can get the next main hall going. So we need stone tribute. Oh come on, 300 resource, you serious? So AMR took that 15 power tile very easily. So I'll show the report here. You can probably step on to the next level of tile reasonably easily. No more skill points currently, but it's whether I take one more just to get him to level 7 so that I'm a bit more comfortable. Which I think we may do. Lovely message from Van. Do we have anyone else spawning around us? At the minute we seem to be very lonely. We have Galadriel here, who's from another fellowship. We do have some neutral units around us. We do have Shire Protectors, that's quite interesting. We'll probably look to pick those up quite soon. We also have Spirits of the Wood, which again, very useful. We have a Close Ruins, which we can use for leveling up. We have 200s and 230s near us as well, very near. There's 2 ruins here. Okay, that'd be useful for hopefully commander leveling. Oh, we have our first fellowship member, which is your previously remembered Ball Daddy, but actually he's been given a second account by Hollow Soul, so this is an absolutely animal evil account, so he'll be very, very strong this season, hopefully. Right, how close are we to resource? So our grain is almost at maximum at the second. It's not ideal. Let's just go straight through this. Get that going. Also, the market will be very valuable. Another thing to bear in mind at the start of these new seasons is with the market, you need to be really careful with resource, as previously you could upgrade your market as you went through, and you could improve the kind of resource trade-off as you went through. So you start with trading 10 of one resource and you get 4 resource of another back. Now the market's only one option and it stays at that 10-4, so you will get very inefficient resource trades all the time through your season. So you need to be very careful, particularly at the beginning where resource is so valuable, to not trade too much, because you'll just end up running out of the other resources, which is why I think again it's quite valuable to take that extract ring skill to get you out of a resource bottleneck at the beginning now, versus you know, using that market and just losing a ton of another resource to trade through. Right, once we get through this, should level up AMR. Elrond will hit level 6, that'll be fine. Claim. Cool, so we can take another one, which we're not going to at the minute, as it will put us at maximum resource. Level 4 or tribute, we'll do that. So at the minute we're just going to prioritise these kind of chapter progressions, trying to get through these as much as possible. As I said, we are using our kind of secondary formation for now, and we will look to use our main one a little bit later on. The reason we're doing this is we essentially want to get some high level commanders that can take a tile easily. So if we get to the point, say, where AMR with Isildur, for example, can take level 60 tiles easily, and the third commander is kind of almost irrelevant. At that point, we can then chuck quite a low level Dane in with us, chuck him in with that formation, and they'll take that 60 power tile, and for his 20 stamina, Dane will get an absolute ton more XP, which I think will be a more efficient way of leveling, to kind of slingshot level your commanders, which is the benefit of having these grouped formations. Okay, so AMA actually took more loss than I expected there, but that might look like more loss than I thought because he leveled up, so they all leveled up, so he got more command. So we don't have mounted units at the minute, don't have mounted units, so we're just going to keep focusing on his command damage. Yeah, okay, no, he didn't take much loss. They all leveled up, so the command went up massively, or sorry, leadership went up massively. So we should be able to take 30 power tiles now with him. What resource do we want to get? And what's nearby, basically? We've got 60 here. Do we have to march all the way over there? We need someone near us so we can just link a few tiles, basically. Oh, we do have this one here. And we could just take this 1 power tile with Frodo and Sam to kind of get us closer. There's a ton of 30s there, so that's probably what we'll do. See if any more fellowships have appeared. King as well, King of the Darkness. The leader being King Halbrand. That's how things are looking at the minute. Home at the top. Somehow we're 63rd in production, even though we've barely taken anything, which is quite surprising. At the top we have quite a few people, but at the minute it's Madman from Whack. We do have quite a few Matham tokens. We've got 32 at the minute, which is tempting to use, but I think I'm just going to save them for now. I'll open my free chests, save them for now, and then do like a 50 opening when we can get to the point where we can take this new invite and we can guarantee an invitation at the end, so that should be a bit more exciting. Right, let's upgrade our storage actually, so we get out of this kind of maximum resource, not really a bottleneck, but we don't want to take the next chapter levels. Our grain is very close to maximum, and I don't really want to trade it in the market, so yeah, I think the season pass is a bit more valuable. Accidentally clicked off. Season pass is a little bit more valuable now, as it does contain the fine smoking pipe. Obviously you won't get it immediately, it's a little bit of a way along, but it does contain the fine smoking pipe, which is really useful, as it's one of those accessories that does give bonus damage. Of course, only gold flawless items or accessories give bonus damage. None of the purples do at the moment, and also gives a great amount of focus. So this makes it one of the best in slot item for most focus damage dealing commanders. So yeah, getting the season pass is probably worth it, as you do get a pretty top tier item here. Previously the fine smoking pipe was kind of take it or leave it, but at the moment, no, it's very, very strong. Various people talking in Ered Luin, and also have the fellowship as well. Right, we're just still waiting for Airman to make his march. got everything conscripted. The problem with conscripting horsemen that annoys me is they are really slow. They are super slow to conscript. So we're at risk of running low on troops. We might have to start conscripting a bit of kind of both. Right, sorry, just quickly doing some admin. How did he do? Not the worst. It's not great, but it's not the worst. Obviously, until we have healing commanders as well, it's not ideal. Sorry, just dealing with a little bit of admin. Right, so AMR can go on another march for now. Have we got? Yeah, we got Isildur's got some more skills. We can get another point into Last Alliance, a bit more defense. Of course, when we get to 10, we get that attack and defense boost as well, which is very useful, and a little bit more chance of follow up with Elrond as well. Sorry, I'll be done with this in 2 seconds. There we go, right. Sorry, back to it. So we have another 30 power tile, and the loss difference between those two is pretty massive. And these actually the Azru commanders know as Bandit. At some point, of course, we're going to start facing armies that do have proper commanders on. But we did level up again. Everyone's up to level 8 or 9 now, which is good. How much experience are we getting per tile there? 3k, so I think one more of those will level everyone up. And then we can look towards taking the next stage of tile. Maybe aware, but damage dealing commanders paired with Gandalf the White can be pretty game breaking early in the season. Just place one troop on each commander. Literally read my mind. That was going to be the next thing I was going to say. So you can run a formation where you have 2 damage dealing commanders. So in this case I have AMR here, but I could swap in, say, Aragorn, King of Men, and run his gear, the Dane gear on him, and run it with Gandalf the White. And then what you can do is you can set one troop onto your commander. And the reason this is useful is the troops die, but the commanders have their own HP pool, so the commanders do not die, so they continue to inflict high amounts of damage, and you can take the tiles with very, very minimal losses. Now, I don't know at the minute what the best time to start that is. I imagine I could probably start doing it already. The reason we're not doing it currently, actually, is we want to preserve our stamina on our Dane until we have, say, like AMR leveled up. So I can then chuck AMR in that formation and take a high power tile, like a 60 power tile, with him dealing the majority of the damage, which should give then much more experience to Dane and Gandalf the White and level them up a little bit quicker. As we have used a little bit of their stamina just to get them regenerating, but primarily we're just going to get these leveled up so they can kind of boost level the others is the plan. Right, let's take one of these little tiles here, drop all these 1 power tiles now, I think. Although we might want to stay linked to that 60 there, so I'll leave this one. And a bunch of 40s as well. Those will come in handy pretty soon, I think. Right, we do have spot 3, so we'll go barracks again. I don't actually know what our next requirement is. Commander level 10, ring level 3, but we're already there. So that's fine. Can't put a point in dominance till level 5. I'm not a huge fan of conversion, it should be said. You know, conversion, when you're going to hit a resource bottleneck so much sooner in the season, suddenly conversion at the beginning looks a lot less valuable, at least, as, you know, spending 10 ring points just to get a couple of soldiers is not massively valuable. You know, I could pick up some cavalry maybe for AMR. There are dwarven footmen, level 12 mobs around here, so if I wanted to get some dwarves in, that could be valuable. What else we got? We've got militia here. You know, it could be slightly valuable if you're picking up a troop like elves, for example, for Gil Galad, that you know you are going to use and you want to use. I'm actually going to keep this tile instead. I've just realised I can link to this 90 later on. But yeah, in my opinion, 10 ring points is far too many. Whilst we do want to get our ring points regenerating, so we probably will use some of those soon. Don't want to use them too soon, basically. And definitely not when you don't want to use 10 of them all in one go. It'd be a bit much. Right, so commander to level 10 and power production to 150. So we'll hit that in a second, and I think, well, yeah, we should hit AMR level 10 as well. Now, I do want to ascend him. It's a little bit frustrating. I don't actually have enough of this Theoden or Theoden AMR respect item at the minute. Only 66. I can get the Gandalf the White items, the White Robes cloth to ascend him. But yeah, can't quite yet get those ones for... I guess one more there. Yeah, annoyingly can't quite get there. Right, we're just going to end up trading these in, so it doesn't matter. 2 random pieces of flawless, and we get flawless armor. So let's see what we've got armor wise. Both our armor pieces are fully strengthened at the minute. We're not refining either of them because we don't really want the HP. I don't actually know if we have any other flawless armor. I don't think I do. So of course it gives me the one piece that I definitely do not need. Start getting these fellowship tokens in. There we go, AMR level 10. Crimson Dog, so you said obviously that's overpowered. At what point is that usable? Because assumably I could also use 2 backup damage commanders with, say, Gandalf the Grey as well with White Council. At what point is that viable? I could even use, you know, some backup damage commanders, so I could use my Gimli and King of Men, for example, with Gandalf the Grey and start hitting some of these mobs. At what point does that become viable? This is my first kind of season start since 2.0, obviously, so I wouldn't have seen it used before, so I don't really know at what point you can start using it. I might test that in a second. So we do have everything building. Let's speed through something just to get... we need to know where we need to go next, to be honest. 15,000, that does keep us just below our maximum resource, so we'll take that. Main hall, all tributes. We need 5 30 or higher power tiles. We need lumber and stone tributes, so that'll be where we go next. Now we could actually swap Elrond out for someone like Gandalf the Grey if he wanted more damage mitigation. And give him Gandalf the White's gear, for example. I'm also, while I'm using him as my main, I'm also going to leapfrog the gear from Dane onto AMR. As that, I should have done that to begin with, to be honest, as that will make him significantly more effective. Elrond's got his gear, Isildur's got good gear. Cool. Now the reason this is beneficial is, of course, familiarity's been removed. So the familiarity, if you remember, used to reduce the stats of new equipment you'd put on by 50% until you'd use that item on your commander for a certain amount of time. Now that's gone, you can kind of freely swap items onto your commanders without any punishment. So you should always try and keep the formation you're using in your best gear if possible to minimise those losses. Right, I reckon AMF probably can take a 40 power tile now. Hopefully. So we want a 40 power stone really if we're going to do this. Let's just see. Find out if this is too big of a jump. So we've got the same kind of people at the top here. Not seeing a huge amount of home members here. So we have Double Heaven, who is part of VKRY by the looks of it. Titans up here as well. Russian player. And we've got Don still up here as well. But is home still... Oh, so we dropped to third. Dun, dun, dun. Slow people. Come on, home, let's go. Speed up. Normally we're top of the farm tree. And then lastly we need to do grain tribute as well. We will in a minute start speeding through builds just to try and get to tier 2 troops as soon as possible. Although I'm not actually a massive fan of the tier 2 men troop. Where am I going? Build. As I'm not a big fan of this buff. Again, 10% against enemy mounted units. It's going to be a very kind of situational effect. I wish they had shield training so you get that little bit of damage reduction, but unfortunately you're stuck with anti-cavalry training. What I really want is tier 2 knights, of course, as these would be really good. 10% from enemy melee units and 2% due to being mounted. And of course they'll synergize well with my mounted comms, so I can start using AMR with healing commanders as well. I could have gone down this route, of course, with pikemen, but they have exactly the same ability and exactly the same problem. And yeah, they're quite annoying as well. And you get marauders on this side, which I don't think are anywhere near as good as the knights. So that's the grain tribute done. Well, let's speed through this one then, so that we can get these two going. Because we will hit this in a moment. Do have plenty of stone for now. We're not quite at our grain bottleneck. And AMR did take that 40 power tile. Reasonable loss, but not massive. You can see AMR is doing pretty huge damage now because of his damage dealing skills. So let's maximise that last alliance now as well, so we do get bonus attack and defense, more survivability, and that follow-up chance is coming up as well. You might even with Elrond now. I've got a few more skill points. Let's put all the points into Villiers Ringbearer first. Reason being is we get that initiative in the first round and the follow-up, and then I can still put 3 points into Half Elven, so I still get plus 12 defense. Obviously I lose out on a bit more attack and defense, but we'll see how that works out. But yeah, once we're able to take 60 power tiles comfortably, I'll start sliding Dane into this formation as well. Let's take a lumber tile as well. And what actually I'm going to do as well, I'm going to get my ring points regenerating as soon as possible. So I've used 3 of them, which means we've now started this timer to get our ring points regenerating. Obviously it's not a massive deal. They're only 3 points every hour, so I did it in an hour's time. I've only lost out on 1 ring point. But I think that could still be pretty useful. Right, we're actually hitting a troop bottleneck here. Are we out of men troops? No, because we've got loads on these guys. Loads on Dane as well, so let's get him down to minimum. Gandalf the White down to minimum. Once we do run out of troops, we will start using that no troop method and giving it a test. I'm actually tempted to chuck like Aragorn King of Men in here or Gimli and just give it a test right off the bat. 5,000 grain from that will take us to our maximum storage, so we're not going to do that yet. Right, let's start speeding through a few things up here. So we need to get to the next main hall really. So I'm going to start speeding through and seeing what kind of resources we need to get to the next bit. So I need ore tribute here, 5 more minutes. Doesn't need, I actually need main hall first. I should have waited for main hall, but I need 49,000 stone, so that's a lot of stone. But I'm actually going to upgrade my storage again so that we don't hit this bottleneck, so we can chapter progress. Although it stops giving stone at this point, I think. Could be wrong. I think I saw that. Yeah, so no more stone. But you do get stone from these little individual ones. There's another 6,000 stone. So we need storage level 6. Let's do that. Apothecary as well. Right, I am going to do a few more militia, I think. Although these horsemen are much more useful. No, let's stick with the horsemen. When we get those in, it would definitely be worth it to get that healing formation going. Right, we need to just repeatedly upgrade this apothecary, annoyingly. So we're just trying to get ourselves up to that 49,000 stone. So we need to upgrade militia training grounds or skirmisher yet to level 3. So we now get tier 2 troops actually. So I potentially should have conscripted those instead of the horses, but they will. I'll get them in a moment. And now we need commander level 13, which I don't think we're massively far away from. It's AMR 11. Yeah, 11, almost 12. So two more 40 power tiles, and he should get there. So we do have. We want stone really is the ones we want to prioritise. So let's go and get these over here. This would open up not a lot. This opens up more 40s. Just checking which tiles will open up more resource possibilities kind of for us. Joe Cardelworth, good morning. Good luck with your start. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Haven't made too many mistakes yet so far, I think, apart from using troops on our commanders rather than going the troopless route, but maybe I'm a bit of a purist. But I will start using troopless once we start running out of troops. Might as well use them while I've got them. I will also start sweeping in a moment as well with kind of evil side troops. I'll probably remove Frodo and Sam from this and put in something else. Maybe I should check in another damage commander and just give that a try, see how it does against a mob. Because what's the risk? All we're going to lose is one troop from each commander. So if I did that, put them all down to minimum. Maybe I don't have enough HP or skill points at this point. But if I did that and then gave them good gear. Right, Strider or Anduril? I suspect Anduril. So it does damage there. If I put damage dealing gear on those 3 commanders, could they take out a level 6 mob? That's the question. With minimum troops, absolutely minimum. Worth a test, I think. Because if they can, then I can just start smashing mobs and leveling them up as soon as possible. So what's this? A level 6 mob. What's that the equivalent to? Is it a 15 tile? No, it's a 10 power tile. Oh no, halfway. So it's just lower than a 15, slightly higher than a 10. I'm taking it with 0 troops. Apologies, apologies, headphones users. Oh, apologies about that. I had a delivery driver come and set the dog off. And then he's coming back again. Troopless strat. Yes, it's the. If you read up in the comments, Joe, you can see Crimson Dog above has mentioned it. Oh, I have breath from running downstairs now. It's not a good sign for my fitness. Right, one more 40 power tile should get AMR up to be able to be level 13, and we can move on again to the next chapter. We have to start thinking soon about how we get ourselves to this 49,000 stone. There we go. So we're not getting stone anymore from chapter progression. Can get it from these, but of course we can't level these up anymore. Oh no, we can do, but they will use more stone as well. Ring level 5, 60 or higher power tile. Be able to take that in a moment. But what we really need is that 49,500 stone. So I probably shouldn't have actually done my conscription queue there. So I think we are going to have to use the market a little bit here, which I'm a little bit reticent to do, as I don't want to waste those resources I've got. So if those of you don't know as well, the market levels up now as well. So you start to get better items the more that you spend early on. So if you can get scrolls as soon as possible, that can make a really big difference. But I don't really want to spend my resources here on these heals when I can just use gems for it. So I'm not going to do that at the moment. Of course, I could pick some of these up. Probably will actually. I'll maybe pick 4 of these up. And the gather ones wouldn't be too bad either, to be honest. So I'm just going to sell a ton of green gear just to try and get some of those extra gathers, because it won't be long until we're ring level 10 and those gathers actually become extremely valuable. Gimli, Gandalf the White. What level tile did you take, Blackshot? And what level were the commanders you were using? Right, so that's all my green gear recycled. Let's pick up both of these. Cool. But oh yeah, so you'll have noticed our market's leveled up there quite a bit. So we'll be able to get experience scrolls once we get to level 5, and once experience scrolls become available per the season chapter progression. 30 power tile with level 10, 10 and 9 comms. So around the level you could take them normally with troops, try to take without. Don't have whale equipment, but yeah, neither do I, to be honest, so it's probably a good measure for me. When you say that you lost 75% HP, did you still take the tile? Because if I think rightly, I think Commander HP regenerates incredibly quickly, so it's probably worth doing, to be honest. Right, we are being pushed towards taking a 60 power tile now by the game. I think we'd probably go for probably ore, because we can get grain through sweeping. But the temptation to try this method here just quickly and see what happens is very tempting. Do you know what, let's do it. So we've got Gimli scaled for Durin's Blood, and we're going to give him the hide kind of damage dealers gear that we've got. Of course we do actually, in this case, will need the HP if we're not using any troops, so that could be useful. Decent Truth. I've stopped playing as 2.0 came around, but now when I'm looking at the game, it seems like RP is still available. Is that true? Yes, there are still roleplay servers available. Decent Truth. It's a shame to see people leaving. Obviously I understand why, but could be worth giving it a chance and just seeing how what you think of the game. Right, Let's swap over Gandalf the White's gear for now. Get as much focus as possible. And I feel like that additional focus is probably more valuable. 45 focus for White Council. Yeah, I'm going to stick with that. Do any of these other gear pieces have focus? Oh, yeah, I could give... There's no additional focus, but there is +3 initiative and madness as well. I think some of this 1.0 gear may be better. And there's 12 focus in that. There's 15 focus in this blue piece of armor. 15 focus as well from this hunter's skin. Which one do I want to use? I think I'm going to go with this hunter's skin from Denethor. 18 focus, 7 damage. I don't think I have any gear that's better than that unless I strengthen up this Elven Dirk. I could get 24 focus here with men damage. Okay, we're going to put classic gear on Gandalf the White for now. And sorry, so I need damage dealers gear also for Aragorn 2 King of Men. I don't really have anything. Got some purples I suppose I could use to give this a try with. Do have another superior Hauberk. Could use AMR's Horseman's Helm I suppose. 24 attack. That's only 16. Or I could put 18 attack from this Bone Mask. No, I think we'll just take AMR's Helm off, and then we're looking for the highest kind of damage accessory. We don't actually have any other damage accessories. The Carved Dragontooth does command and unit attack. We could use this shield here, which gives +8 attack, +9 attack from the Hithlane. I think we use that, and actually the bonus HP could be quite useful. Thinking about that, we might actually want Commander HP to make sure they don't die. So this Cask of Pride could be the play. Let's go with that. Could potentially even strengthen it, as we don't really need this ancient Númenórean helm. Let's get it up to 20 for now. Let's give this a try. Got everyone skilled. Everyone's on one single troop. Level 6 sweep with level 5 commanders. Let's see how it goes. About to get a ton more horsemen in, which is good. I think we are going to get that main hall going and just use the market to get there, because we do have, you know, a fair bit of resource. Just a little bit reticent to drain all my grain out when I'm probably going to need it later on. What was I needed? I needed 49, I think. Oh dear. Let's just shoot through this. Cool. Now we can get the military embassy that can, and the military academy that can push us up a little bit quicker by getting more troops on our commanders if we are using the troop build. I guess we'll give this a test and see how it goes. So here we go, this is what it means. So all we lost are those 3 troops. How did our commander HP get on? There you go, lost barely anything, which is pretty crazy. So that's a level 6 sweep right off the bat. That's crazy that works. So I guess we're going to do that for a minute just to keep our resources up. We're going to try and sweep all the mobs. We'll get that formation leveled up, even though it's only a backup formation. I don't know if there's anyone else I want to use instead, kind of thing. Theoden I'll eventually want leveled up, as well as Denethor and Imrahil, but yeah, I don't know if they have the damage skills to be able to do it, really. Yeah, that's quite interesting. So we can just put 1 troop on them every single time and just send them out. So we're going to have to heal them using this, and then come back in, minimal troops. So we're losing 3 of these evil troops that I don't even really want, to be honest, at a time. Oh, not a march. We want a sweep. So that is pretty crazy. And they all get 864 experience, get a speed up, and more importantly we get grain as well. That's awesome. Black shot, you drew, but second round was easy and you healed in between. Yeah, that's the problem, is you had to use 2 stamina ones. That's where I've become a little bit reticent around this method, is if you have to use 2 marches, I think the stamina is probably more valuable than troops at this point, because you're going to hit stamina bottleneck more often than you hit troop deficit bottleneck, I think, anyway. So let's get some of these tier 2s going. We do have horsemen now, so we could get a formation with healing going. Sorry, Dane. Do we also have... Did I just see we have 4... Can we use 4 commanders in our formation yet? I think that's barracks 11, I think. How many does he need? 50. Yeah, so only 3 for now. But if I put in Denethor, and I could also put in Imrahil as well for kind of maximum healing, but could also put AMR in there as well, but he's of course in use elsewhere. I'm just experimenting around here. Of course, I'm not recommending this is like the best way to do anything. Just having kind of a play around and seeing what we get to. So that's the healing formation there. Do we have troops now to reinforce this? We do. King of Men's come back again, which is just nuts. I wonder if we can do it on the higher level ones. What was his HP like on this one? That's just absurd. So they're not losing any HP, really. They heal up quickly. And you don't lose any troops. And in doing so, leveled them up. That is nuts. If you had a ton of damage dealing commanders, because I've got an unascended Gimli, Aragon King of Men only. I do have Dane and Gandalf the Grey here, but I'm just saving them for now. I will start using them very, very soon. Yeah, I don't have a massive number of damage dealing commanders. Dwalin as well, I suppose. But yeah, that's. I still think that's crazy that's possible. I will try hitting. What's this? Is that a level 20 mob? Wow, I didn't realise level 20 mob spawned right from the beginning. Level 6. Is that the only one we've got? I feel like that's really high for the first chapter of the game. There's 4 of them. It's nuts. Anyway, we do have level 10s here as well that we could hit and give that a try. Don't know if this would be a step too far for them. It's probably a big ask with no troops and level 6, but you miss every shot you don't take, I guess. And we can also follow it up with that Theoden formation if needs be. Get them some experience. Right, so this Theoden one, the main thing we're looking for is this, which is 5 points in Aered Leader. Reason being, we want that maximum chance to deal an additional damage instance with mounted units. I think then I'm going to look into, I guess, Rohirrim I'm going to use. And then with Denethor and Imrahil, we're going to max ally, or put as many points to ally as we can. Because what you get is, when your units deal damage, you get a chance of healing, with 50% chance once you've got 5 points in both these cases. And of course, Aered Leader is going to trigger multiple instances of damage, so you're going to get multiple opportunities to heal, basically. So that's what we're going to be looking to use. I'm assuming Aragorn's either going to lose here or draw, and if he does draw, I'll just send Theoden in to finish it off. I'll have to swap his gear around a little bit. Sorry, Sabs, I think I have a full friend list. What have we got going on in the Fellowship? I've got Bean using his wonderful King of Men, which is this here. Nice strong King of Men. He absolutely swears by King of Men, and I think it's not the worst choice in the world, as he does do high damage. Maybe not Dane level damage, but I consistently see like 130, 140k coming from Beans. And the one thing is, I suspect that Dane might get nerfed in the future. So the benefit of using King of Men is you're probably kind of immune from that nerf. So did basically defeat the... I'm quite surprised how well that's done. It's killed all the troops. It just hasn't finished off the commanders. So I assume if I just leave that to draw out, it will actually take that, which is quite surprising. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, very surprising, actually. So we've got a point in White Council, and then I think we're going with Thrandir. There's no... Yeah, just give the chance for follow-up. Yeah, I'm quite surprised by that. That's actually way more successful than I thought it would be, which makes me think about what the my kind of Dane formation could do if you know, my better damage dealers came in. So that's 1400 XP there for no troop loss. So, and we also of course get the grain as well. So we do need to recall this army. I'm going to put some evil troops on here, as we don't have enough militia. I probably should have used the evil men to begin with, to be honest. Right, what are we missing build wise? So we need to take a 60 power tile and get our ring to level 5. Now our ring should be pretty much there, almost there. Now I'm debating at the minute, do I take time out of time, which means I use 1 ring point, but it does mean I can put points into abundant might, which will increase my attack and therefore the damage of my commanders. The downside is I have to reset my ring when I get to ring level 10 to take enormous power, and that 1 ring point in time out of time will be locked in. But if I don't do that for the next 5 ring levels, you know, I'm missing out on +4 attack on everyone, which I feel like will be quite valuable. Decisions, I think both options would be quite valuable. I think for now I'll go for just the benefit of bonus attack, but I think it's definitely could be a very good idea. Sorry, excuse me, a very good idea to actually save it and put more points in abundant power, so you'll have ring points quicker or ability points quicker. Actually, I think AMA is the one I'm going to give my evil men troops to. I could of course give him mounted troops and take them off Theoden if I wanted to, which could be a good decision actually. What's his bloodlines? Yeah, men as well. Assuming Isildur would be men, elves, dwarves and hobbits as well, and Elrond would be men and elves. Yeah, so I might use mounted units, especially if I'm going to take a 60 power tile. I'm aware that we're kind of stagnating at the second resource growth wise. So home's currently top fellowship at least. Got a couple others kicking around here. Welcome everyone who's joined the server. Personal production, we are at 31. I'm quite surprised by that, as we're going quite slowly to begin with. We haven't even used obviously our best kind of commanders here. Well, other than 2 tiles yet. So we're going to make sure we keep some stamina in AMR. So we will swap him out at some point. But yeah, keeping stamina in AMR so that he can link up as the second damage dealer in a formation with these two, and hopefully go troopless and take some higher power tiles. In theory. So just waiting for this draw to kick out. Yeah, I'm quite surprised that these low levels can do so much damage to almost nothing. I'm tempted to actually get Gandalf and Dane doing this. Why does this keep flagging that I've got something here to do? It's got the little red ping up here and I don't know how to clear it off. If anyone knows how to clear it, feel free to let me know. But I've interest. Is anyone on the chat here in this server? If so, yeah, give me a shout. I'd love to hear from you all. Right, 3, 2, 1, and we should take that. So there we go. Speed up and 4,000 grain for the cost of 3 troops. This is pretty broken. I keep clicking that red dot out of habit, but yeah, that is pretty broken. So that's level 10 armies. What's that equivalent to? So just below a level 30 tile. I'm doing that with level 6s at the time. What was their HP like the first time? See, that's absurd. But he lost like 30 to 40% HP, taking armies 4 levels higher than them with no troops. I think that's insane. Definitely not how the game was designed to be played. It's a little bit game breaking, I think, but and I suspect there will be some kind of patch coming in to stop that, as it's yeah, definitely a bit broken. Right, 60 power tile, level 18 armies. That'll be joyful. So I'm tempted now to chuck a formation in with Éomer and remove Isildur, Éomer, Gandalf the White and Dane, and then hit another level 10 or 12 mob, level them up pretty quickly, get them up to like 10 say, and then try it on a 60 power tile. Is the temptation. Also still got, of course, my healing formation here, which I might as well show it in use. Where's another lower level mob? Send them over. So this is a level, is it level 6? Yeah, level 6, and we're sending our level 5s with our healing formation, which we should probably give some gear to. Forgot we'd stripped half of it off. Imrahil can have just damage dealer gear. And the problem at the minute, of course, is a lot of my gear at the minute you can see is troop support kind of gear, and yeah, it's not really what we're using. So not massively ideal, but still quite useful. Actually, let's take let's just see how they get on this healing formation. We should see that they give very strong heals. What are the commanders for the ponies? So I've got Theoden in with Imrahil and Denethor, who I've just realised are on low commander HP, which is great to see. Not sure why that's the case. I haven't marched them yet. But yeah, so I'm using those. I'm using Theoden. I'm using the synergy between Eored leaders, 75% chance for additional damage instances, and I'm combining that with ally of Denethor and Imrahil, so we have a 35% chance of recovering HP upon dealing damage. And of course, if that triggers twice every round, for example, you should get pretty good healing. So for example here, this was a level 6 mob and we lost 0. And see, we healed almost everything that we lost, so we lost very few troops. In fact, we lost no troops. Switch Denethor for Gimli. Should be Theo, Éomer, Imrahil and Gimli. Yeah, I know that's the case at the minute, but I actually have Gimli running in this formation here, using 2 damage dealers, minimum troops to take out mobs. Kind of limited on how many different damage dealers I'm using at the second. But I just wanted to kind of demonstrate the healing possibilities of that formation. It is, quite impressive. For just sweeping mobs, which is all this formation is going to do to begin with, I think it's definitely viable. Now I've got to make a decision. Do I want to chuck Dane and Gandalf the White into here and get them leveled up earlier on? And I can then chuck Isildur or Elrond into other formations as well. Of course, Elrond could go into that mounted formation as well, maybe. Decisions. Do I chuck Dane in here? Minimum troops, obviously. Éomer. Minimum again. then Gandalf the White. Minimum. And then do we try to take on a level 12 mob, which should level these guys up a hell of a lot quicker. I think that is what we're going to do. We're going to test a level 12 mob with 2 level 6 commanders. Or do we? No, let's not push too hard. Let's rein it in, and I'll go for a level 10 mob to begin with, just to get them a little bit more experience first. So we'll get Dane put in there first, who's using Max King Under the Mountain, and then 1 into Durin's Blood. Actually, I think it might be better instead to go Durin's Blood to begin with, and then we'll rescale later on. I think that might be better. Let's do that. Let's get that max damage in. Although that activates on round 3, whereas these activate on round 2. Decisions. Yep, White Council. Chuck that on. And then AMR, of course, has had his gear stripped off for Dane, so we're going to need to take off whatever damage dealing gear we've got kicking around elsewhere. Not a massive amount of damage dealing gear kicking around, unfortunately. Right, let's try one of these level 10 mobs with that. We do have a 12 here, but we'll wait for a second. Vlad Max, sorry, no, I'm not experienced on account selling. There'll be a few places on Discord, I imagine, but I've never really looked into it. How come you're getting rid of your account? You've given up after 2.0, unfortunately. I'm the guy with fellow low spender versus worth. I can't say I've seen that video as of yet, but I'll give it a check out, Michael. Joe, got 15 or so days left on my server. Need to take some time to find a new team afterwards. Yeah, it's kind of the main thing about this game is what makes it is the kind of team you're in. I've been in home for quite a long time, and got a lot of friends here, and it does make the game a lot more fun to play. Speaking of which, I should probably start donating. Get this grain out. There we go. I'll get some of these tokens in for when the store unlocks. Right, let's see how this does. Now, the thing is for AMR is this is going to be a very low amount of XP, but for the other two, should level them very quickly. So here we go. So Dane actually still did a very good amount of damage. See Commander HP there. I think we can take this level 12 mob with no issue. And level 12 is equivalent to, is that a 30 power tile? Yeah. So that should level Dane and Gandalf the White up really quickly. And once I've got a level or 2 into those, I'll start taking 60 power tiles and getting our chapter progression going again. Do I think the devs are done with this and are going to drop a new game? I actually don't think that. From what I've seen and from kind of conversations in the background, I have a sneaking suspicion that the dev team has been, reshuffled, or people have been replaced from what I've seen. And I think they're putting in a dev team in place to keep running this game. As far as I'm aware, anyway, I think this game's going to keep. Well, they're going to keep trying to run this game because the whole point of the new graphics engine, the new march system, and a lot of this, a lot of these changes is they're trying to bring in new players and keep new players. Because a lot of the problems they have at the minute is they run advertising campaigns, etc. People come in and then they get a little bit too lost in season 1. And then they don't stick around. So what they're trying to do is with the new graphics engine, obviously make it nice and pretty, so that new players come in, and then they want to try and simplify a lot of the mechanics so that the new players stay. I think that's the kind of plan they're trying to do, but at the minute I'm not sure how well that's working. I think they're losing too many of the kind of big spending players. Giving full refunds, where you've kind of got to when you've changed the game. I think they'd have to give refunds, or else when you've made this big of a change to the game, they'd open themselves up to legal challenge probably. I don't think they have a choice with how much they've changed the game, but they're hoping in the long run that it'll be beneficial. So I'm still kind of playing around with this season start. I appreciate we haven't really progressed in the last however long. We will look towards getting this 60 power tile done and moving on to the next bit, because we don't have anything building at the minute, which isn't the end of the world, as we can speed through all our builds. Losing tens of millions with all the whales, people getting their money back. I think you're overestimating massively how much refunds are being done. So you can only refund, I think it's 30 days worth, and I don't think it's tens of millions worth people are refunding. Yeah, it's only 30 days worth you can refund, and if people are spending tens of thousands in 30 days, that's crazy. Yeah, I know at least a lot of players, from what I've seen, a lot of players are still sticking around. Well, that level 12 mob, how did we get on HP wise? There we go, so 3/4 HP, that's probably our limit just there. But yeah, 3000 XP, which is pretty huge for those commanders we're trying to save stamina on. So we're level 8 now and we've hit 6 tiles. Once White Council is maxed, we can probably hit one of those level 60 tiles, I think. I wonder if there's a level 15 mob around here. No, there's no level 15 mobs, but there's just a random level 20 sitting there. Makes no sense. Do I think the new way to travel will hit during the season? I'm not sure on that case. I think if they did make this update, I think they would make it halfway through the season. I think with obviously the change to 2.0, they didn't see any, well I say the devs didn't see any hesitation in putting that in mid-season for a lot of people going from Classic to 2.0. So I don't see why for a much smaller update they would they'd be reticent to do so if they've already shown willingness to kind of do it already. So yeah, I don't see there being an issue in that regard. I think they would drop it mid-season, yeah. I need to be a little bit careful of AMS stamina here. He's only got 2 more marches, and if we need him to take the higher power tiles, we're going to have to be a little bit careful. So I'm wondering, so this is level, was it level 12s, and we took, we managed to take it. The next step up is level 15, and that's a 40 power tile. So I might try hitting a 40 power tile here with no troops. The benefit of this, of course, is that we don't actually need to be conscripting troops, so we could keep a lot more resource in our keep or exchange it for stone to get us out of our build bottleneck, to be honest. But yeah, it's just experimenting around for now, seeing how kind of early on we can do this. Should we see what else we've got kicking around for Theoden, for example? Problem really is to make a set, I needed this item here. There's something else I can put on. Let's just put this on. It still gives +8 attack. It's close enough. Take this crappy Hithlane. I've still got a really annoying thing with my chest. I don't have a chest with that effect. I'm still trying to keep it as a set for now. Yeah, so let's send them off sweeping again to So he took level 6 with no issue. Let's try level 10. Is that too much too early? Probably. This one isn't really exploiting a bug or anything, so yeah, another level 12 mob taken down. Everyone's leveled up again. Dane's still max HP. We did lose some on AMM, so we need to be a little bit careful of that maybe. I think his HP is a little bit low. Because you don't want to lose your front commanders. Once he's gone, no one else can deal any damage. It's kind of the thing I'm acutely aware of. So it might be worth me putting Dane at the front instead. Let's heal these commanders. So the problem is we are using a lot of those heal vials as well, so we need to keep an eye on that. We don't want to use all of those too soon. Let's put Dane in here. Minimum troops, and then we'll put AMR actually at the back. Don't want to use tier 2 troops. Here we go. Minimum and minimum. Right, we're going to try a 40 power tile like this. Could be absolutely ropey, but let's see what they've got. We only have one more march after this with AMR, unless we use a stamina tincture on him, which we probably will do. Lost a couple of troops on that Theoden march, but should have leveled them all up. Yep. So we just keep a nice resource in here by doing so much sweeping as well. Really useful. Okay, so you can see all the people who've joined in. We've got Hollow with us now. See, we're miles down in production at the minute, as we haven't really taken any tiles for a little while. We've just kind of been sat here doing sweep tests and things like that. I probably should have tested it on tiles instead. Only putting one troop behind Dane. I think that's what I did, wasn't it? Yeah, only one troop. Yeah, so I'm just trying this 40 power tile with the one troop method. At the minute I'm just kind of testing and things like that rather than trying to hit, you know, the highest level of production possible. We'll probably get I'll get us running again in a moment. Just giving this a test. Okay, so we did get a draw. What did we lose? Did we lose Dane? If so, yes. Okay, no, maybe one step too far that one, but we did still get 3,500 experience, and we almost took the tile completely out. So we will recall those for now, and then we'll actually just take it with this healing army. So I'm not too bothered about their stamina. And again, we did get a level up from that. So we've essentially used 5 marches worth of stamina on Dane, and he's already level 10. So we're going to be, if I max the troops here, I suspect we could take 60 power tile. What I need is one more level in the White Council, really, though. How much experience are we off? 4,000 experience. Acutely aware I'm burning all of AMR's stamina, so I might just tincture him nice and early. We'd get much better results if I could ascend him yet. I'm still too low on Theoden's items. Don't think I have any other way to get more. Wish I could change the, like, dismantle these, for example. That would be ideal. 5 there, and I've got 35 here of those, but I cannot get. Let's see if these are restocked. No, so when do these restock? 5 days. So yeah, it's not anytime soon I can ascend, unfortunately. Unless I get very, very lucky in some chest openings. So there we go. So finish that off with the mounted formation. Right, 60 power tile has got to be the next look in. How have I got these items? These items in here. Which items are you referring to? The spec items just come out of chests. Same with the invitations. So the invitations, the reason I've got them in in here rather than just applied respect to the commander themselves. The reason they've gone into my items here is because those 3 commanders are all awaiting ascension, so I can't have any more respect in that commander. So if I ascend them, it will then let me apply those invitations. But for now, because I can't get any more respect, that invitation is just going to sit in my inventory. I think there should be a way to trade them in the same way as other respect items, but at the moment there isn't, which is quite frustrating. How many is this going to use? Oof. Yeah, so we're almost out of healing tinctures at the minute for our commanders. Does it say how they kind of regenerate? I don't think it does. Hopefully quickly. But we ideally need to get back to taking some tiles rather than doing this little sweep experiment we've done. Might even be worth doing. Just trying to decide if I want to get Gandalf to level 11 to then take a 60 power tile. We do have these guys at level 13, but do I take it now? But of course White Council then has 1 less instance of activation, so it would take more damage. I think we can take the 60 now, to be honest. Should show healing tinctures in the apothecary. Thank you, Joe, that's appreciated. Ah, there we go, so we get 1 more every 10 seconds, so they will come back pretty quickly. So let's just use those, screw it. So did that go from 231 that I need to use to 213? So actually my commander's HP themselves as well is healing really quickly. Now I think I'm going to have to use troops to take a level 60, that much is obvious. So I think we're just going to chuck all those tier 1s on. Might even be worth putting some tier 2s on. Let's do that. Chuck some tier 2s. Oh, not enough. Do I have enough for Dane? Yeah. Chuck some tier 2s in. Chuck some on Gandalf the white as well. And then we'll look to take a 60 power tile. Now grain or ore, I think I'm going to go prioritise ore. Now we know we can take mobs out really easily with little to no troop loss. We can get as much grain as we want. So we probably should get back to taking tiles. We've done our little 0 troop experiment for a little while, and now we're slipping behind in production because we're just messing around. So let's use some of this stamina and start growing a little bit more. Morning, Ombra. Thank you for jumping in. Yeah, season started hour and 40ish ago. Just been messing around with trying various different formations. You can see we use a ton of different commanders. Just been trialing the 0 troop method for taking tiles. So level 15 mob taken with a level 14 and at the time 2 level 9s, which is pretty nuts that that's possible. But it's good for getting additional XP into your commanders. So we did take that tile. We did take quite a bit of loss, unfortunately, but everyone leveled up, which is good, and we'll take much less loss now because we can get White Council to 10 out of 10. Which is good. AMR up to level 15. How much experience did we get for that? 7k. Okay, that's useful. Of course, we are now level 11, and we've still got a massive amount of stamina still available, and that's without using a tincture on them yet either. Of course, we used one on AMR, but I kind of leveled him up so he could slingshot and increase the levels of Dane and Gandalf the White, which is what we're doing now. So don't have the troops at the minute. Of course, we did just lose all of our troops. Plenty conscripting and coming in. We should get another ton of spearmen in a moment. Let's see what we need to do. So there you go, there's another chapter progress. Main hall, markets, we need 3 60 power tiles, upgrade again the Numenorian quarters, and then we need ranger and horseman stables. Okay. let's fly through as many of these as we possibly can. Actually getting the horses done quicker would be useful, and tier 2 knights definitely being useful. Kind of want those as soon as possible, but it might be better to get this one in. Oh no, I need to do both for chapter progression, so about the same result. Ooh, 5,000 stone. Thank you, that's exactly what I needed. So we're now going to do that, and then once our conscription is done down here, we'll swap the horsemen out for the tier 2 knights, and those will be the troop I think we use going forwards. Yes, recall Dane, and we can put some other troops onto them because we do have some like evil side troops. What do we need for this? 13,000. I'm just going to use the market I think to do it, but we'll wait until we've got those 360 power tiles in, so we don't exchange. We can exchange the minimum possible. So Rain here's doing the same thing by the looks of it, using minimum troop numbers with Dane, Gimli and Shadow. It might be wise, Rain, to use, if you're on here, to use a White Council user just to reduce that damage taken. What's the best reward for the season if you can't take the decoration? Sorry, what do you mean by season reward? Do you mean like in the season end store, what's the best item? Personally, I'm not actually sure. I know the Blazing Tongue is a very strong item in 2.0. The upgraded version can be very useful. Dragon's Tooth on good side. The 1.0 version, I'm kind of regretting upgrading mine, as this can be one of the best in slot items, as +6 damage is pretty huge if you have it available. But yeah, they're all a bit average. I was hoping that they would change up this store with the update and put a few different items in, because, for example, the best item available in a season at the minute is actually the fine smoking pipe you get from the season pass, in my opinion, because it's an accessory that deals bonus damage and is best in slot for focus. So yeah, in my opinion, it's probably, the season rewards need a little bit of work. The Blazing Tongue is still a good item. If you upgrade it to 2.0, it is a very good item. We've got another level 20 mob just appeared here. It's pretty nuts. Why am I tempted to try it? No. Right, what do we got troop wise? Scrape together what we can, take another level 60. So we're a little bit low on tier 2 spearmen, but is that because, I know Gandalf's out. Healed everything. Wondering when we're going to get a few more spearmen coming through conscription, but can live for now. Gonna have to chuck, I think, a few. Got some tier 1s. Have to chuck a few of these evil side troops that haven't really used because they're not particularly very good. Let's just get those. Now we should have more damage mitigation and deal more damage anyway, as all our commanders leveled up, so we should still be able to take a 60 power tile. I'm going to keep progressing, keep prioritising ore as well, I think. Which one do I want to take? I think I want to take this one, as it will link us to a 130 for future. Now, for any of you who haven't played a season start yet in 2.0, I gave a little bit of a trial run on a second account. There is a massive jump up in difficulty on tiles when you get to the 130 power tiles, as at the minute enemy armies only have 3 formations in their army. When you get to 130 power tiles, it goes up to 4, and that is a huge difficulty increase. And on top of that, the commanders themselves, of course, get more difficult, as well as the troops they use. I think they still use tier 2s, but yeah, it does become significantly more difficult. So Yeah, 130s are a big step. We'll probably be taking 90s for a little while when we get to that point. So we've got 8k of stone, which how much do we need? Was it 13k, I think, for the ranger training? Yeah, so we need to take 2 more of these 60s. We'll have to see how much loss we get here. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually didn't take this tile, seeing as using two lots of tier 2s, we still lost a lot of units, and now we're using tier 1s, and they're evil, so they're not going to follow the bloodline. What I'm hoping is if we do lose all of those evil tier 1s, the commander themselves will stay alive and be able to deal with the damage. How many tinctures we got on the apothecary? That's the other thing to bear in mind, is we are running a little bit low on these. So we have to be a little bit careful. There's our massive testing of 0 troop attacking has cost us a little bit. It's a level 25 mob. I swear normally at the beginning you only get level 6, 10 and sometimes 12 mobs. So I'm confused why we've got level 20 mobs spawning and level 25. This is where we are on the map. So we're not, we're not somewhere absolutely wild. We're not in any of the like places you have to go through a pass, for example. So I'm surprised there's such high level mobs spawning. Right, so we did draw. We've lost the tier 1s as we expected. Commander's HP is good, so we'll just let that draw out. Leveled up on Dane and Gandalf the White, and almost leveled up double, which is good. Of course, these 60 power tiles are definitely too early for our level 10 to 12s or whatever, but we're prioritising getting as much XP for our stamina as possible on these two. We just need to keep an eye on those commander healing tinctures as we are running low, and of course AMR in a minute is going to become unusable, so we're going to have to swap out and put in one of these instead. So I think we'll probably go on to a bit of a sweeping binge for a bit, but then we need to keep growing power really, so it's a tricky one. We're at 39th with only 436, so decent amount of groups in this King of Men, or is it a bit dead? At the minute it looks like it might be a little bit dead, as we've been messing around, testing different sweep theories and 0 troops and being basically really inefficient and not really taking tiles, and somehow we're still in the top 40, which is pretty nuts. And you can see at the minute home here is taking a bit of a lead in production. I don't think I've come across any of these teams before, so yeah, I haven't seen any big teams, really big teams that we faced before. But you never know. We haven't faced against any of these teams yet, so they could be extremely strong. Just a little bit slower on the farming. With max gold, you can fight higher levels. Yeah, definitely. My gear at the minute isn't exactly ideal. I think this axe is refined twice. Yeah, 3 times. So I've got a little bit extra damage, but not a massive amount. My Palantir, for example, is not refined, so I don't get that bonus damage. Yeah, with more items and more refines, that damage. So I've only got 39 to 55 on my Dane. You can quite easily get to 50, 60. Yeah, I wouldn't call where the ring goes yet, for every other team could band around. You never know. We do have, I think, the team that's in second. Who's in second king? So they're in. Where is FL Duath? Is that north of us? So this is Erel. I don't actually know where FL Duath is. If anyone does know, feel free to let us know. Am I blind? I'm trying to work out where this team's based. Oh, I have no idea. I thought they were around near us, but I could be wrong. But yeah, Strider will have a spot in the meta soon. I don't think I've even looked at him at all. I've got him respect 3. But he does, I suppose, have Strider and Andoriel, which are the two skills that I'm using on King of Men. So, but I don't think his base stats are anywhere near as good as King of Men's. Much higher damage. You got Ascended R10. Well, yeah. Let me know how you get on with him if you find him really strong, because I've not personally used him or seen him, and I thought he looked a little bit underwhelming. But if he is really, really good, yeah, definitely hit me up and let me know, because yeah, I like to see that there's more and more commanders becoming viable, and I think there are a lot of viable commanders here. I just wish that troop support was buffed a little bit. You know, you could see someone like Elrond become a little bit stronger. There's a lot of troop support commanders that are basically completely not usable because of how overpowered commander damage is at the minute. But we'll see. It might that might change in the future. We'll wait. The devs seem to have no hesitancy around updating in the middle of all of this at the minute, so we'll see. For now, Jordan, sorry, I'm not going to put my Discord name on stream, because if people watch it, etc., I'll just get bombarded with messages and friend requests, which can be a bit of a nightmare. Hopefully, you understand. I don't really want to just get bombed with messages for now. I'll probably I'm building at the minute. I'm building a Discord channel for all of my videos and various guides, and I'm in the process at the minute of writing up guides. So keep an eye out, and there will be a video on that coming out pretty soon, I think, because I've written up 10 to 15 commander guides. I'm just waiting for my write-up of... I'm writing a first 24-hour guide, basically, which will feature a lot of the footage and things taken from this. So, yeah, that will be coming. And then the Discord will come as well, and I can send through at that point. Right, he takes third 60 power tile. Don't know if we're going to draw again. Oh, AMS leveled up. Let's get that damage in before the tile hits. That might stop us from having to draw again. We'll see. Potentially not, but that will level up. I think Gandalf the White and Dane as well. We're really resource rich in grain at the minute because of all that sweep testing we were doing. It might be wise chucking some into stone, actually. Well, we definitely need some for stone to do this, which will then complete the next chapter progression. So now we actually do have to build the military academy, and we're going to do that again, to be honest. I'm going to chuck a bit more of our resource into stone, and we're actually going to rush the academy as well. I don't know why I went to 35,000 rather than 25 there. Anyway, let's keep other things going as well. So we need 18 for that. Right, let's do one last one, and then we'll get that going, and then we'll stop using the market, because the market is insanely inefficient. Absolutely insanely inefficient. Because, as I said earlier, that 100 to 400 resource is just such a drop in resources. It's very, very expensive. Jordan, yeah, I don't mind adding you and send you a message if you want to send me that screenshot. Give me 2 minutes. Right, they've updated all of Discord, so it takes me a little while. Am I in Gauze or Fellows Discord, Michael? I want to see. I think I'm in Gauze one. I don't think I'm in Fellows one. Don't know why. I I think it was back when I was, well, because I'm writing up a lot of commander guides and things like that. I don't want my write-ups to clash with his, basically, and you know how these things can go sometimes. So Dane, unfortunately, was very close to leveling up another time. He's still got tons of stamina on him. Only one more on AMR, unfortunately. How are our troop numbers looking? We're still using these awful evil tier ones. Oh, I suppose we've got a couple of militia at the front, but almost done with spearmen and horsemen, so we can get some knights going. Those knights are going to be so slow, though, to conscript. But yeah, we've done dominance, so let's put one more, get one more attack there. That'll be beneficial for our damage. If we started at least growing in production quite quickly, well, we jumped up to, what, 20? Yeah, 20 in 2 tiles. But the benefit we're going to have is we've saved so much stamina on these guys that we're going to be able to take high power tiles pretty sharpish. The only thing is I do need to level up one other damage dealer now to go in a formation with them, as AMR, of course, as out of stamina, and I've used the tincture on him. Haven't used it on these two. So I do need to level up another damage dealer, so I'll probably do that through that sweeping method. I do still have a ton of stamina available as well on Elrond and Isildur. So I could use them actually to take, you know, 40 power tiles with, say, you know, Strider as the third com, or Gimli, and that'll level them up pretty quickly. 5 level 60 or higher tiles, I can do that. Is there a level 60 that links us somewhere useful? I'm surprised all of this is empty still. I'm surprised we haven't had more people dropping in nearby. Got one at the moment up here with Naughty Ball. Does limit us a little bit into what we can take, I suppose. So these are level 18. I'm actually half tempted to sweep this level 20 and see what happens. But I want to know if it's if it's got a ton of, maybe it's got 4 commanders on it, similar to like a higher power tile. Though probably not. What's level 20? Yeah, 25's on there, so it's probably still got 3. But I'm in no rush to find out. Alright, let's get Dane. Oh, don't use that. Take another 60. Sell some blue gear to get silver ingots. Then use the ingot to buy speed ups. Do you mean the resource speed ups? Because I don't have any of those in my market. If you mean these kind of speed ups, to be honest, I'd rather save the silver ingots for things that I actually want. Like, for example, these mock things can be quite useful. Because I'll just spend gems, to be honest. Sounds bad, but I spend gems rather than use these speed ups and keep the ingot currency. I also don't want to buy either of these because they'll cost resource. I'd rather keep the resource. Guides and clashing reminds me of that Gore and Jazz fiasco. Please elaborate. I don't think I know who Jazz is. I know there's been various. You know, there's always going to be people who clash when you're both building, you know, resources of people, especially if there's any kind of monetary gain to be given as well. Yeah, there's always going to be a clash. Now, we just lost a lot of troops on that tile compared to the last one. Oh, I know exactly which fiasco you mean. The owner of, yeah, Ungoliant Tower. I'm not going to comment on that one politely. As yeah, I've had a similar experience when I was a much smaller content creator, so I'm going to politely decline to comment on that one. But yeah, that was a complete fiasco. Good word to use for that, fiasco. Right, what are we looking? How are we looking? Now we are going to start getting to the point where our troops are going to eat up a ton of our resource. I think doing 200 or 400 of these knights is going to do that. We're going slow right now. But it's crazy that just taking this 160 power tower will jump me up to 12th. And we just got a ton of stamina left as well, so just nuts. What do I think of the report? I haven't actually looked at it yet. Flipping at you, something like 10 images, Michael. So I'm assuming this is you versus a whale, I assume. Which player are you? Are you Boycott 1 or Overheat? I'm assuming you're Overheat. Yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, there's massive gear disparity. For those who can't see, I'll try and share it on the screen. I mean, I'm not going to put it on. I mean, I could slide it up on Discord. But I wonder if people can see it if I do this. It's going to be difficult to see. But essentially, a good tier draw, and the gear disparity is crazy. The player he's fighting against has fully strengthened and high level refined gold gear on every commander, versus Michael having significantly less. Yeah, it's a very good report. Personally, I found I've been using. I'm quite impressed with Strider's damage as well, but I've been using on my evil side some fairly mediocre comms and facing up against pretty whaled teams, and I've been honestly just getting smashed. It's not been pretty. So I'm definitely looking for ways to do better as a lower spender. This account's probably my stronger one, and it's still not anywhere near as strong, as strong as a lot of other players. Especially as I refuse to stop using Elrond. So lots of troop support gear. Which is going to cost me, because I've put so much respect into, getting Elrond to respect 10, for example, rather than pushing Dane up to like Zenith or whatever. I just like Elrond. How many marches have we got left on Airmet? Oh, he's out. Okay, that's interesting. Hadn't paid attention to that, but still level 17 Airmet. That's very useful. And we've actually got 14 Dane with 140 stamina left. For Elrond, so you can compare the difference, like in the way we leveled up these commanders by doing that kind of slingshot method, is that for similar levels of stamina, we've managed to get these guys up to almost level 15, whereas Elrond and Isildur used to take the early tiles are barely level 13. So it's definitely a good way to get more experience quicker into your higher level commanders. Elrond he is reasonably good. Like he is, he does do good damage. As far as troop support goes, I think he's probably the best of them when combined with Gil-galad. Obviously, it's a good combination. He's just not, I've had his an Elrond on mine when I was testing at the end of last season, put out over 100k damage to 110, and that's with my fairly average gear. But he's never going to put out the kind of 200-300Ks that you get from Dane, for example, unfortunately. Right, so you're running quite low on troops here. So it might be time to go on an absolute sweep binge. We have got our stamina regenerating, so there's no worry there. We're sat pretty in the top 15. There's no need to worry about where you're really placed at the beginning, to be honest. So, for example, the players in the top 10 here might have used their best commanders and burned through all their stamina already, whereas we've just sitting with an absolute ton of stamina. We could take another bunch of 60 power tiles with these guys, but we're just sitting there using their stamina and using them kind of sensibly, so we can yeah, by the end of 24 hours that should shake out into a pretty sizable advantage. You need Gil, Elrond and 2 damage dealers. So yeah, that is going to be my battle formation when we come to it. When we get to the end, when we get to PvP, my formation will be well, rather than Gil, Elrond and 2 damage dealers, it's going to be Gil, Elrond, Gandalf the White and Dane. So it's slightly different, because I'm using Elrond essentially as a damage dealer, or as a troop damage dealer anyway, because I'll put points here and then I will go into Lord of Imladris over Elf Lord. It's a bit of an interesting one, but yeah, as I've seen him put out over 100k. If I can get Dane putting out over 100k as well, then supported by Gandalf the White and Gil Galad, I think that should do reasonably well. These are only respect 5. You know, I'm not going to be the top PvPer in the server or anything like that, but you know that should do me reasonably well. And then I've got the second formation of, you know, AMR and the mounted comms as well, who will probably be primarily tilers, but you know, are there as an option basically for me. Right, what am I looking like for Commander healing tinctures? I'm on 88, soon to be 89. I think I might get all of these guys sweeping. So let's put minimum troops on these ones. What were they taking last time? So that was when they were level 6. So that's a level 10 mob with a draw, which I don't think will be an issue. No, right, let's strip gear over again before I forget. This is the biggest problem, is I always forget to swap the gear over, and then it just becomes a huge problem when I start hitting things with no gear and everything dies. Battle axe. Ooh. The slight problem, of course, is I'm using classic gear. The reason I'm using classic gear, at least on the chest piece, is that it does give significantly more attack than a lot of the alternatives. So you do get more damage from your DPS units, at least comparatively for purple gear. Of course, gold will be better. But I do lose out on that 1200 HP, which means if I'm attacking with single troops, my troop HP, my commander HP is going to be lower. So I'm more likely to, you know, get zeroed by these tiles. So I do need to be a little bit careful. What was AMR using? Can't see it. Shield. There we go, and then he can have Gandalf the White's chest. So that's that formation done, and then Theoden, Denethor, and Imrahil is fine. Do I have enough troops to fill them? I hope so. I do. Cool. Right, level 10 mobs I'm going to hit with my minimum army composition, and what was I hitting with Theoden? Was Theoden hitting level 10s as well? Is that level 15 mob? No, that was finishing off a tile, wasn't it? I was going to say. No, he's level 10s as well. We will run out of these mobs pretty quickly, I think, doing this, but keeps the resources high, keeps our commanders leveling up, whilst everything else regenerates. We just need things to regenerate. We need some more tinctures, really, as they slowly come. We need more stamina on, so AMR can get a little bit more stamina as well. He's almost ready to go again. And of course troops, just troop building basically. So I'm actually going to keep these knights coming as they're quite valuable. I will also send some spearmen as well, and you'll see that's taken a massive plunge on our resources. Where we were previously sitting around the limit, we've actually hit a massive drop in resource. You know, not unexpected. A little bit careful again with obviously tinctures here. Get some good levels through our commanders though. When I say tinctures, of course, I mean the commander healing ones, not the stamina ones. We do have a few of those available. I think we have 4. 4. Don't know if there's any more available anywhere. Let's have a little scroll through. Oh, so there is one more. Well, if I just click claim here, there we go. Don't know what that got me. Extra 3 days construction queue and a tincture for some reason. Didn't even realise that was there. But I don't think there's any other way to get a tincture. So now we have 5 of them. Of course, you can't buy them in here as of yet. Gift packs we've already bought. So yeah, we're kind of already there. I think I am going to buy these at some point. And I do have, which actually I might activate now, these 8-hour resource buffs. It's just if I use them a little bit later on, I will get more benefit for them. But actually, it's probably better to use them while we're in this, while we're approaching a bottleneck, to be honest, to get us out of it. So let's do that. And of course, we do still have the option to use our resource caravan. So if we need a little bit more resource, we do have that available. I think gives you 7,500. In fact, we might do that now, actually. Now, previously, I'd always recommended not taking tavern tips and instead taking them at the last possible second, so 11:59 UTC of the day of your server start, and then just holding them for 48 hours in the hope that your server chapter progression will have progressed enough that they generate XP within that time. I think it's very unlikely now with the changes to the beginning buff that will happen, at least with the first day's tips. So I think you can be a little bit more relaxed with those, because if you look here, we've been running for what, 2 hours of what's probably the busiest time of the server, and there's still 7,000 tiles taken, not even 10%. So yeah, I think you can be a little bit more relaxed now with this. Yeah, not worried too much about it. I don't think it matters which commander I use. There's no experience. Just for you, Michael, I will run Strider over there. Not that he gets any experience for it, but... In fact, no, I'm not going to do that, because I might actually try him out in sweeping in a bit, because he might be one of my few damage commanders I've still got kicking around. So let's take someone like Heregon. Send him over. Right, how many tinctures is this going to use? 25, not ideal. But get some nice resource and leveling through hitting all these level 10 mobs. Am I doing a 24-hour streak? No, I'm not. I don't have the energy to be 24 hours. My plan actually is to do 3 or 4 hours-ish. And then hopefully we'll have used up all my stamina by then. Let it regenerate for a little bit during the day, and then potentially come back this evening for a little bit longer. For another, two odd hours maybe in the evening. Oh, apologies again. People keep opening car doors outside and it makes me think there's deliveries. Getting the dog barking. So yeah, I'll probably do a couple of hours here, head out for a little bit, go to the gym, etc., and then come back maybe this evening to carry on. But I'll let people know if that depends what the evening plans are. So annoyingly, these are random. I wish you could choose from these gifts, because I want to be able to choose Theoden's gift to get closer towards the ascension for AMR. Got an annoying little red dot down here that won't go away, and I assume that's because Heregon doesn't have any... I don't know why I'm putting points into that. It's completely useless healing. God knows, I think that's why. Yeah, it is. Some of the biggest upsets we've seen so far. I haven't really played much 2.0, to be honest. Only the kind of end of end of the season, last season, and then a little bit in my Echo server. And there's not really any upsets going on very often. I know kind of before it was widely known, at the end of my server I got rocked a little bit by a mounted formation being used by someone in Wind, I think it was, which is mounted formation with Azru core, and it absolutely blitzed when I was using a very, very test formation. They were about 5-10 levels higher, but I wasn't expecting it to do so well. Zorro, love you too. Found 2 of the reports. Comp was Elrond, King of Men, Aemir, Theoden. I assume therefore using medium units, as medium units can be really good as you know, the benefit of using medium units is of course you have that counter system against small units. I don't see that I've been tagged. I could be wrong. At least not in Gore's server. Anyone watching, by the way, if you're not on Gore's server, I definitely recommend joining. It's absolutely awesome. Best unit for Siege. The best unit for Siege remains the Alchemist. Especially if you've kept 1.0 gear like this shield. So you can get Uruk-hai, bonus Uruk-hai Siege. That's why I've kept it around. Of course, if you've got it more refined, you can get more Siege than that. But yeah, it pushes the Alchemist up to a very high amount of Siege. You can also have the 1.0 Drums of Moria with Siege of Dwarves, in which case the Guardian is a very, very good siege unit as well. So yeah, you have to have retained 1.0 gear for that to be kind of be possible. But the base unit, I think the Alchemist is still the best siege unit. Disappointed with Theo, thinking of switching him out for Elrond. Yeah, Elrond's actually really good for troop support. He does have a really good toolbox for that, of course, with his follow-up, and it's not kind of limited to any particular race or anything like that, which is useful, so you can kind of plug him into any troop support formation. Unfortunately, at the minute, obviously, troop support's a bit underpowered, so if that did get buffed, he would definitely jump up in the meta. And if you're using Men and Elves, of course, he does give good support here as well. Bonus attack and defense. I like him. He's always been my favourite commander. He's my first ever tier 3, and I like him from the films, etc. So yeah, definitely like him. Even if he's not the best commander, I still enjoy using him. Just sweeping away. I will go back to tiles in a minute, don't worry. If anyone's bored of watching me sweep. Unfortunately, this is kind of part and parcel of leveling up those early comms and you know, being efficient. Unfortunately, sweeping's a big part of that. During the when I finish streaming, the hours I'm away, I will sweep pretty relentlessly and try and burn everyone's stamina away from video. Benefit of nobody spawning near us is we just have all of these mobs to ourselves. I'm acutely aware we only have 19 tiles out of 66. We're still probably we're still in the top 20 despite only having 19 tiles. Probably should pick up a few more. We've got still stamina kicking around, so we will do that in a moment. In Dane, Gandalf the White, but then I don't know who to have as my third commander. Could put Elrond. Could put Isildur for more damage resistance. We will use AMF first, of course, while he's still got a bit of stam. If we level up Gimli, we could use him, but not in a massive rush. A bit low level for now. That is a cool report, to be fair. I don't know how to pronounce the 3 O's. I call you Myth. Elrond doing 100k damage, and I thought it would be because using all ponies would counter the opponent's small units, but actually both armies are using a mixed combination, so there's no so it's not the countering system. That's quite interesting to see Aemir and King of Men doing such high damage as well. Gonna have to maybe give that a try. So using bow knights, yeah, bow knights. When I get to the point of PvP, I will give some of these a try. Of course, everyone's still just testing everything. No one really knows what's best at the moment. Just leveling up these lower level comms, getting the resource in. What have we got to do build wise as well? What's our next chapter progression? So conscription post, another 60 power tile, and level 20. So that level 20 is going to be the one that holds us. Of course, we're only level 14 at the minute. Do we have any benefits of the next conscription post? Does it give us anything really useful other than conscription time? Obviously, higher number we can conscript. Yeah, slightly quicker. Might be more useful to get this leadership increase, to be honest. But we're miles off that stone so far. I'm going to stop using this one for a little bit, as of course we have used up again those regenerated apothecary tinctures, but I think we can just leave our commander in the if we leave it in our keep, he'll regenerate health on his own and can be used again in a moment anyway. Yeah, chuck the link in. I don't mind if you share it in the comments to Gore's server. So if you didn't know, Gore's a player who's played with Home for quite a few seasons. He's moved away about a season ago, I think. But yeah, he played with Home for quite a few seasons as someone I know well. You know, he's happy and contributes to a lot of guides and things like that. So yeah, definitely happy for you to share the link here and help to give him the support that he deserves for all his hard work. Absolutely no complaints from me. Right, let's hit like a level 12 mob, I think, now with Theoden. See how that does. While we're here, let's check out what kind of everyone else in the Fellowship is doing, and then we'll have a quick look at the cesspit that is World Chat. Zia is using Galadriel, Isildur, and Gil-galad. And Gil-galad, that's rough. So he ups defense of elves, and you don't have elves. Take points out of High King. Put them in Alliance Leader. Yeah, decent gear set. Isildur again, decent gear set. Gone for Great King. And King of all the Dunedain. Yeah, not a bad build. In fact, I might do something similar to that myself in a moment. And combine him with Dane and use King of all the Dunedain. We might be in the same server. Which are you? I don't know if that's to Myth or to me. Right, let's take another tile with our main. Now we've got stamina. I don't know if we have troops, but I guess we're going to find out. So the answer is probably no. We might need Theoden's mounted units here. So the problem with doing knights is they're just so slow. So slow to conscript. But I could take those mounted units off Theoden, and then I'll probably have enough. So even with what I've been doing, like taking a lot of mobs with 0 troop loss, still massively capped by troops. It's crazy. Barracks 11. Right. Yeah, Dane. And Gandalf the White. So you don't have enough spearmen at the minute. Could use these evil ones, I suppose. We get a mix in like that. In RP, Rebuild and Glory. Yeah, no, sorry, I'm in King of Men. There we go. Up here in Ered Luid Realm. Should be good fun. These passes and things are quite difficult to face now, but we do have a few crossings around within range. Well, not far range anyway. Should be quite useful for level farming. Plenty of ruins around if I wanted to travel. To be fair, for level farming we do have ruins here as well. Once Deaden's back, we'll strip his troops off, take another 60. Just trying to keep our tiles up as we don't really have any. 670 odd though will take us up again towards the top 10, which is just crazy when we've got so much stamina, we're just limited by troops. My fault for conscripting all slow troops. Once I have the stone, I can get that conscription queue up and speed that up a little bit. But yeah, getting commander to level 20, that's going to take a long old while at this rate. Because the most likely ones to get there are Dane and Gandalf the White, of course, who kind of we've used the stamina most efficiently for. If you think about the fact we've still got to use a tincture, they've really got 200 stamina. Airmail is of course our closest, but we have used a tincture on him, so he's not going to be the one that makes it, unfortunately. That one. Dane. Sorry, if it looks like I'm looking down a lot, it's because my iPad's sat here just below my camera. So for those who don't know, I do play on iPad rather than, I know a lot of people play on BlueStacks on PC, but no, I play on iPad. I find it a little bit more, I don't know, fluid, a little bit easier. I find that BlueStacks is a really laggy program, and yeah, being able to just click around with my fingers is so much more comfortable. Right, there's another level 60 tile. Why is it not? Oh, sorry. That's what I was trying to do. Strip all these ponies away so I can put them on AMR. Oh, and I've got to heal the commanders as well. I didn't realise that. It's lucky I checked. Why is that saying we're not a full army? 320. Oh, for some reason that wasn't full. No, it still says I'm not full. Oh, one is. Take some more off Theoden. Or at least Theoden's army. 6 whole horses. Put those on AMA because he does have the horseman's helm as well, which will up their defense pretty well. Make them a bit more survivable. I do have resolve on this helm. I should probably swap it out for and use the hammer and swap it for something like mounted vigor if I'm going to be using mounted units, because you know, madness is something you don't really see used often in the meta at the minute. The only kind of commander that uses madness at the minute really is Sauron, and he uses it in the pre-battle phase to try and steal buffs. Really is his main strength. So yeah, it might be better to swap that out for mounted vigor. So look through some reports. In fact, I'm quite interested in that one from Hollow. So Hollow is one of our stronger players, so that'd be a good representation of when we can take stronger ones. So we've got Swagassi using the similar, you know, like healing mounted formation. 2 times their red leader, and then ally on Imrahil. Getting good results with 40 power tiles. Poor Z here using Gandalf the White with, just for you Michael, your favourite, Aragorn Strider. Pretty decent one as well. Ascended, 27 to 40 damage. Axakaza Doom on him. Personally, still think King of Men is better, but obviously only using tier 2 respect items. You're getting a good result here from him as well. Does have tier 2 Cavaliers, which is quite interesting to see, and tier 2 Shield Bearers. I'm assuming Pawsy's used the conversion ability to pull in troops from mobs to be able to get that. Hollow's going to try 130. If you're watching Hollow, I can already see that you lost, but yeah, if you didn't see her earlier on, I definitely wouldn't do that, because 130s now have 4 armies or 4 formations within their army, and it's just so much more difficult to do. Yeah, so much more difficult to do. But you'll see here, like, Hollow's comms are ridiculous. So this is his Scowl Helm, which is probably his strongest commander. So you can see all best in slot Warcry with fully refined as well. So really strong. Maybe the Signet and the Barrows could be swapped out for a pipe, maybe. Yeah, Zenith 5. And once he hits level 20, we'll have the unique as well. So yeah, very strong commander. Sauron's good as well. Zenith 3. Running an agility set, I assume. Yeah, agility set. Lots of initiative here. Of course, you get that from the dagger. He's actually running the Entdraft Calabash, which is interesting. Not really sure why, as it's quite low focus and doesn't give initiative. Maybe it was his only accessory that gave focus and had an agility set. But yeah, then High Elf Helmet as well is a very good choice. Agility set and bonus initiative of +6. So very close to a best in slot. Good build as well, especially for any level 16. And then Saruman as well, very good Saruman. Fully refined Morgul Blade. Absolutely awesome. Using Law of the Arcane for that 10% bonus damage. Personally, I think that using the... well, if anyone's seen... There's a video... Well, no one will have seen it yet, but there's a video coming out in about 2 hours, actually, which discusses the potential damage formula and why damage reduction is better than damage boost. And so I think, yeah, using damage reduction is definitely better than a damage boost. So rather than Law of the Arcane, a better choice would probably be Fortitude, if you want to reduce physical damage. Evasive action, again, can be very good, or Divide and Conquer. Personally, I would use Fortitude to reduce the damage from things like Dane, who deal a lot of physical damage. So I think Fortitude's probably the best slot. Yeah, damage received reductions are definitely better than damage boosts, in my opinion. Yeah, fully refined Smoke and Pipe as well. That's a pretty mad com. 54 to 58 damage on a Saruman is huge. What was Scowl Helm? 51 to 58. Yeah, the damage is just crazy. And still, yeah, struggling on 130 power tile, and that's just because it's got those 4 armies in the formation. At barracks, I think it's barracks 11, you get the 4th army, and that's when I would then start taking 130 power tiles, rather than taking it, trying to take it too early. Right, so we did take that tile, a lot less loss than usual. Level 15 for Dane and Gandalf the White, which is great to see. Inferno, use knights. In fact, you'll be happy to see I actually am conscripting knights just for you. Don't have any of them yet. But I don't know if you experienced this in your server when it started Inferno, but I've had some like crazy mobs spawning by me. So we're just over 2 hours into the server, and I've got level 20 mobs spawning here, and a level 25 mob spawning here, which is pretty nuts. I'm kind of tempted to hit it and find out how strong it is. I wish this little red dot would go away up here. That's Aemir out of stamina. Still got good stam on Gandalf the White and Dane, so I think we'll probably swap in Isildur here. I'm tempted, because I've already got Gandalf the White in for damage resistance. I'm going to use King of the Dunedain, I think, to get follow-up, deal some bonus damage. Yeah, mobs were level 12 to 15 for days. That's weird. Yeah, that's what I was expecting it to be. I thought at the beginning it was normally levels 6, 10 and 12. And then after chapter progression, I thought the whole point of these chapter progressions was that you've got mob level cap up to level 20. Literally says there, mob level cap up to level 20. Where's 25 come in? There you go. So it's meant to be chapter progression 4. At the end of that, we get level 25 mobs. Yeah, for some reason, I've already got them spawning. Before these expire, I'm definitely going to hit them. Not going to waste that experience. So, yeah, they're fairly high level with weak armies, so we'll definitely hit them. Strip these troops away. Been using the method from your video, Inferno, to take tiles without using troops. Unfortunately, I've now drained myself out of tinctures, but I think could be wrong. I think commanders heal up quite quickly, don't they? So where were the three? Yeah, so here we go. Gimli's already healed without using that without using a healing tincture. So if I'm patient, I can just keep doing this. So that's really good to see. Commanders look like they heal incredibly quickly. Maybe that's what they'll change to try and nerf this. Yeah, I think what they may change is the speed at which commanders heal to try and stop people from farming just using minimum troops. Yeah, commanders take less than 5 minutes. Well, there you go. It's just crazy. XP from mobs was also terrible. Just FYI, maybe worth sending a single troop at it to see what the combo is. So that's kind of what I've been doing, to be honest. I've been sending... So there's this mounted army at level 12. And then these guys at the level 10s just using single troop. The main benefit is just that grain. It's supposed to speed up, so a little bit useful. The experience definitely is reasonably low, but yeah, a lot of grain as well. Level 25 would probably give similar experience to maybe a 60 power tile. Don't know if they'd be easier to beat. Who knows? Right. So I need to change this formation round a bit. Now AMR's out of stamina. Chuck Dane at the front. You can use spears. Do I have enough? No. Go on then. You can use Mount Scandalf, and then I'll also add in a Sealdor. Actually, it might be wiser for me to give him... Oh, I've got plenty of spears. Anyway, I'll say give him the spears, because if I'm going to swap his build over from instead of increased defense, King of all the Dunedain for a bit more damage. Though tempted to go Great King, but no, I think I'm going to try King of all the Dunedain and see how this works. See if this helps. And then see if that can take a 60 power tile. Of course, we're losing the massive amount of damage that AMR brings. It's just whether it's better to use Isildur like that or instead use Elrond. Of course, does have Villiers Ringbearer as well. This is probably better actually now I look at it. Loads of people running Ringbearers. Is that for farming or... Ooh, decisions. I think I'm going to go Elrond actually. Still enough spears, and then we'll try and take another 60. We're going to have higher loss here, of course, than the last one, as we've gone from level 17 AMR down to Elrond, so that'll be a pretty big downgrade, I think. Oh, I haven't geared them up, have I? I have geared. Cool. Panic stations for a moment. So I can't send these out with minimum troops at the minute because I haven't really got any gear on them. I could just put some weak gear on them, I suppose, but the problem is they share gear with these three. Or two of the three anyway. Gimli for now can have AMR's gear. attack up. Chess piece. Why don't I just chuck a random chess piece like this on? Or in fact, higher focus, go with the quilted armour. Just need some stuff of King of Men, really. I don't really want to chuck him on with no gear, but I suppose I could use the Carver. Damage plus 12. I know it's not ideal, but if I'm not using him, probably be fine. Ooh, I don't have bonus attack gear either. This gives plus 10 attack, could be useful. Screw it. Go with that and we'll just hit low level mobs. I mean, I'm only hitting one at a time anyway, then I'm letting the commanders come back and regenerate, so I don't see any issue with that. How did we get on down here with the 60 power tile? Actually, the difference wasn't a massive difference, surprisingly. Elrond actually did a huge amount of damage, 17k, which is about the same as what we got from AMR, despite being much lower. I admit he's using tier 2 troops. He probably did most of it to this raider unit, or tracker unit rather, with the spearman's buff, but still, that's a good result in my opinion. See, I don't quite have enough troops to fully refresh them, is going to be the problem. These knights just take far too long. I need to put the spearmen in instead. I have 5 more purple sets and 2 gold sets. Yeah, maybe, but you don't want to see Inferno's gear. You can compare it to that, and I'm a little guppy. Hollow at number 1 at the minute. Good to see Sprinter back as well. For those of you who've watched a few of my streams for a while will probably recognise the name. Right, how close are we to filling up? So we're a little bit low on spearmen, so might take them off. It's annoying enough to be cool. Okay, so this took without any issues. Yeah, no problem. Just leave them in the. Leave them back in. Upgrade Iron Foot, so a chance to stun. That'll be very useful. And our sweepers kind of leveling up slowly as well. This is good because if we need to at any point kind of push production, like if we really wanted to push ourselves up to high levels of production, we could just take a load of really low level tiles with a lot of these guys now, because they're level enough to do it, to take like 30, 40s. And we do have 40 tiles remaining, so that's another, what's that? It's too early for me. 1,000 production. If we did take 40 30 power tiles, admittedly we don't have the stamina for it either, but have you finished your gear? Like, no more hammers, done with the free hammer testing? No, I've still got time on the hammer, plenty of hammers left. I probably will fiddle around with my gear quite a bit, like this Denethor. Oh, I didn't put anything on Denethor. Stupid. Oh, I took his carver off. Oh no, because of course he's not the one I'm marching. That's why. Bit of a brain fart. Yeah, this Denethor set I think I will take away. This recovery administered. It's not great. It doesn't really give much of a boost, so I'm probably going to swap that for like a different kind of set. Maybe an evasion based set or a fortitude set, something like that. Similar to this divide and conquer. Can be quite good, but maybe a fortitude set would be better. problem I've got at the minute is I'm realising that a lot of my gear isn't built around commander damage. I've got the Elven White Knife, and I've also got 2 of these gigantic hammers, which are all built around unit attack. So I need to get at something else for commander damage, really, to save me having to use these purple gears. But you have that set on Imri Hill. It's not an issue. It's just personally, I'm not seeing a massive amount of bonus healing. That 5% doesn't feel like it's doing much. Whereas I think I'd get better results from actually just avoiding more damage, or at least reducing the damage. So I don't. So Elrond needs to have the max amount of spears because of his follow-up. So he needs to have the tier 2s. Dane, I don't really care what he has because he's doing the damage. And Gandalf the White can have ponies just to fill them up. At some point we need to take 90 power tiles. That is the next debate. Is when that's kind of doable. Of course, until we get to a level 20 commander, we're pretty limited on a lot of things. Does anyone want to let me know how what kind of level 90 is doable? Cole's using Dwalin. Oh, doing the sweep method as well, using minimum. For some reason, using a siege gear, but yeah, minimum troops and just sweeping with them as well. Everyone's caught onto it now. So everyone's asking exactly the same thing. Homies are coming in first. Sorry, guys. Galadriel, Falgin, Gandalf combo goes hard. Is that not a little bit too much damage resistance? So Galadriel, I don't think she does a massive amount of damage unless you have a really high enough respect. I'm not a huge fan of her unless she's like R10. Where's another 60 tile? There. We've literally got nothing else linked. We're going to have to go take a bunch of 40s and link stuff up in a minute. It's the problem with no one spawning near us. We've got nothing to link to. Normally we can jump off a few other people's lines, but we can't do that today. We've got to make our way there all ourselves, which is boring. See, other people have cut on to 60s now, so everyone's started jumping up in power. Oh, hitting a little bit of a slow point at the minute. This is frustrating, just waiting hours for these damn knights to conscript. Oh, I just want to know if anyone's got 90s and then he reports. So home is still at the top, which is good to see. Quite a long way at the top at the moment. We are taking these 60s, and the losses aren't too bad, to be honest. The only problem I've got is that these crappy tier 1s keep dying. But we've got to be close to being able to take 90s. How much experience do we get from that? 60? I'm just a little bit worried that we're going to use us too much stamina on these 60s and not be able to get Dane to level 20 before it runs out. What's he got left? So by the time I've used the tincture and marched, he's got about 5 marches. Well, and use the tincture, of course, so 8 marches. So we get, I think we can probably do one more 60. Do they give 7k? Yeah. One more 60, and then we'll have to hit some 90s, I think. We probably can take a 90 now, but just see what else other people are doing. Right, 60 power tile. Let's take one more of these. Can jump over to Don over here. But I won't do that. I've still got stuff kicking around. Annoying, only having 3 formations. You can't just have a Tyler formation kicking around. Have these guys all healed up? Looks like it. One whole troop on all of them. Sorry, my dog was running away with things. Right, who's going to be our Tyler? Go on then, Eowyn, I choose you. It's a level 1 tile. Don't lose any of my knights. Please. You're going to be an absolute blue gear demon here. So yeah, don't lose me any troops. Just want to get to this 60. Might as well call Dane so he's a little bit closer. This little red dot on this button up here is so annoying because it keeps making me click it. How are we looking for boosts? Level 5 we get plus 20, so we're almost level 5. Won't be long with how much sweeping everyone's doing. Right, one more 60, then we'll take some 90s. What we got? So it's easy. So he's using all 17s by the looks of it. He's using tier 1s as well, but I wonder if his commanders are probably a lot stronger than mine. Yeah. Evasive action Gandalf the White rather than agility. That's interesting. I'd probably go with agility. Strong Beorn as well. And a good Sauron. So yeah, my comms aren't really quite that level, so rather than hitting them at 16, I'll hit them at 17. And 18, he had significantly less loss. Okay, cool. Oh, is Carl having a moan? What are you moaning about, Carl? Oh, 40 power tiles with level 9s. Stinker. Please tell me you didn't kill any of my troops off. Good. Alright. Oh, that purse. That purse was 850. Jump us to the dizzying heights of 13th. Of course, the main thing is that we've still just got a ton, actually a ton of stamina left over and a ton of tinctures. So we've got 3. Pretty sure we've got 4. Maybe it's not counting the one non-expirable or two non-expirables. Yeah, two. So normally Kulbulba's the guy I'm facing off against to try and get top production normally. Might not happen this time as we've been a little bit messing around with our messing around a little bit more with, you know, single troop builds and stuff like that, but we'll see. Cool. A little bit low again on troops, especially if we want to take a 90, so let's just speed that through. It's these awful tier 1s, they're just really bad. Right, I think we're just going to bop this 90 power stone here, which could be useful as well, as we can then extract from it as well. Hopefully this takes without too much loss. If not, I might have to send my... I'll finish it off with my 0 troop demons. My level 9s to go finish it off. Did lose about a third of our army on a 60, so I'm a little bit worried about a 90. As of course our commanders are nowhere near the level of those reports that we saw a second ago. We'll see. Oh no, there you go, I needn't have worried. Lost half army, but picked up a 90 in return. Obviously Dane doing huge damage. Those tier 1s were most of our loss as well, useless tier 1s. Mounted units and tier 2 spearmen actually did really well. Delron's actually not doing too badly either. I thought he was going to be a bit useless. And 3 more attack on our men and elves will definitely be good. How much experience do we get from that? Is it 10k? 9.5? Nice. Those 2 tiles should have buffed us into the top 10. There we go, 9, 4, 6. So we're going to catch on these guys pretty quick. With the stamina we got left, the tinctures. It's just about troops. And getting 9k a hit, I think we'll get to that level 20 mark as well, I think. It's just about how many troops we've got. So I think I might extract off this. Oh. 13.5k. Can 20k let us build something useful? Could build conscription post. I might do it twice and get the military academy. I know we're low on troops, but I'm just feeling it. I think that's going to make a big difference to how we can take tiles, because I'll just speed straight through that. Particularly with Elrond, if we're using him, it makes quite a big difference, I think. Cool, another ton of these. Please give me 7 of AMR's items. Please don't crash, game. Hello? Okay, I don't even know what I got because it didn't tell me. Game just froze and then went away. Nice. Classy. Ah, then he lost on the next one. Did he not heal his commanders? I'm assuming not. Got any other fun reports if I scroll up a little bit more? Got Bean here taking 30 power tiles. Trident 30 as well. Though is that a mob? I think that's a mob. Could be wrong. Oh no, it should say mobs at the top. 30 power from Pawsey. Lightning's using Falcon. I do like Falcon, he's quite cool. With 1.0 gear as well. Very interesting. Oh, because of the additional commander defense. Wow, that's pretty huge. Because that, with Thrain's guards, the additional commander defense will be pretty massive. Oh wait, no, it isn't 1.0. I'm an idiot. No, it is 2.0. But yeah, commander defense. With range guards, having that much defense, 139, should give a huge amount of damage reduction. He's got a nice Dane as well. And then Gimli. This is Hollow on 90s. Wow, with only a level 9 sent it in. Sent it to its death, but that's quite impressive still. Once he gets his comms to level 20 and can use the uniques, his output will go absolutely through the roof. Tyrok's taking 60 power tars, level 14, or drawing anyway. Thank you for stopping in on the stream, Zorro. I'll catch you in a bit. Leo, Master of GTSE. So he was in one of our King of Men servers. I think this one here. A couple of seasons ago. He was in the huge season we did with IRSS, UTTP, etc. GTSE were one of the people in there. Right, we need to sort out some troops because this is utter pain. What we got? Those two are maxed. I just haven't got anything for Dane. Have I got anything on other? I don't think I have anything on other formations, do I? I suppose I got some on Eowyn. Some knights. Obviously, because I've upgraded the military academy now, it's also require, you know, to get max, it's requiring me to put more troops on. So it looks like I'm really empty, whereas actually I'm probably around the level I was when I took the last tile. But yeah, I'm just going to take a load of these stones, try and get my stone production as high as possible. I'm acutely aware that our lumber production is pretty poor as well. So I definitely need, you know, that 90 if I want to extract or gather at some point, although I'll probably have 150s by then. But yeah, we definitely need to get that lumber production up. Looks like we're a bit low on lumber. But as we take these tiles, we're going to slowly climb up. I don't think you'll be surprised to see us in the top. As long as we have the troops for it, top 4 or 5 pretty soon. Still got tons of stamina, so we've got 3 marches here, but we've also got tincture as well. We've got 5 of those, so we've got 3 of these expiring ones and 2 non-expiring. Elrond's still got a ton of stamina. So should have no issues, I think. Let's just expand this. Should we give Dane some horsies? Almost full. How empty do I find acceptable is the question. Normally I'd say never send out without a full army, but I did just upgrade the military academy, so yeah, screw it. Let's grab another one of these. The bonus stone production and bonus power production for ring levels will help us a lot. We're actually 21st in ring level, which is quite surprising, but it could be just when I clicked it, basically. But yeah, we've been around the top 10 for most of the time. March so slow. That's the one thing I miss from the 24-hour buff. Probably more than anything. More than the lower troop loss. More than the half stamina. I miss that you would march double speed during the classic 1.0 buff. So just watching these march is just so painful. Constant marching, constant marching. Oh, I've probably got until about 12 UTC, so midday, and then I'll probably log off stream because got a few things to do today, and it's, as I said earlier, I potentially may come back on this evening, give it another run maybe. You can see where we've got to till then, can let everyone's stamina regenerate. Hopefully can be number 1 or near a number 1 by the time I log off. Yeah, just hitting this horrible troop bottleneck at the minute. Oh wow. Took that with very, very low loss. That's decent, that. But as I said, yeah, with where 130s have 4 armies, we're going to be taking 90s for a long old while. It's a nice Dane he's got there. Tyrox. Doesn't say what resp- does, yeah. Tier 5. Nice. Thought he had a different skin on him then. Maybe I'm wrong. It looked for a second like he had a different skin, so I thought it was going to be higher. So, low on ponies all round, unfortunately, at the minute. Just need these to conscript. Of course, we've got the healing going through as well. Did level up a few of our comms, but no additional skill points as of yet. Yeah, we will easily get to that level 20 before we use the stamina and stamina tincture, so that'd be good. We can finally get some chapter progression once we've hit a few more of these 90s, because we've been stuck on this chapter for absolutely ages, and it's always that requirement to get to level 20. There's always the hold up. We're just getting more and more tile limit. We don't really need it. So what level were these guys taking out? Because I could just get them taking some tiles of equivalent level. So they were taking out level 10 armies, and that was with the basic gear. What were they doing with? Dog, stop it. There we go. It's still level 10s, so what's that, 30 power tile? Yeah. Could just take a bunch of 30 power tiles with them, swap that gear over, which I think is probably what I will do. I could swap a Sealdor in with them, take a few tiles, and he'll definitely up that damage, but I think we're good for now. King of Men as well. So King of Men can now have Dane's gear. Gear's fine. Oh, yeah, definitely need to log off at 12. Dog is very restless. Take him out for a wander. Has anyone else's servers started today? Anyone who's obviously not in this server? If there's any other servers started today, let me know how you're getting on. Or if anyone's in this server, let me know how you're getting on as well. Right, let's take a 30. Let's see if we can take a 30 power tile with these no troop comms. Yeah, it's quite a nice clean hit, that one. Quite happy with that. Used 1 on AML, so we had 6, got 5 left. This is the slow part of the minute, which is probably why I'm going to log off till this evening when I can come back and you can see me taking some higher power tiles, because at the minute this is going to be the slow part where we're kind of just waiting for troops to appear. If this works though, we're taking this tile with what, 3 troops if this is successful. Hopefully it is. Oh no. Too soon. Too soon for 30s, but still didn't do too bad. Just let them regenerate in the keep. 2,000 experience is reasonably beneficial for them as well. Do we have enough mounts to use these guys? I think we killed them all off, didn't we? Chucking them on Gandalf the White, killed everyone off. And then the problem will be is who do we use as the third one? I had to use a, maybe I'll use a Sildor. That could work. And then of course we just killed off all of our damage comms. Denethor, Imrahil, which ones do I want to use? Probably rather use Imrahil actually, he's got gear on him already. This game's so laggy at the second for some reason. Swap him out of Imrahil. There you go, rocket like that. Where's that 30 tile that I just hit? That one. Couple more levels for our damage comms, and they'll be able to take that no problem. We can fill up that tile gap we've got using one troop at a time, I think. Even a draw would be fine. So the gear we're using on them is not the best. How is ranking looking? So we've got Hollow at the top with 1, 3, 6, 7. And you got Math Martin, who's part of Whack, in second with 1, 2, 30. Then we have Hal Gorn, who is also with Whack at 1, 1, 2, 2. Gino the Drunk Karaoke King, who's a new addition into Home. Then we have Metos Datir, who's also in Whack, so it looks like Whack may be our main competition. They're actually third in production, but they've got quite a few people in the top 10. Then we have Paul Z, who's another homie. Then there's Rice, who hasn't yet joined a fellowship, but he is up in 8th. I think he was looking to join Home, if I saw the chat properly. Fake Spectre, hello there. Hello Spec, how you doing? And we have, I'm going to try and pronounce that, in LISY. And lastly, bringing up the top 10 is Grandmaster Dylan, who's part of King. See, I don't actually recognise these fellowships. I don't think I've seen them before. So at the moment in early farming, Homer at the top, we tend to farm pretty well. We'll have to see in war how things come about, as I think activity is far stronger than activity is far more important than well, being a whale is obviously a big advantage, but if you can have more activity, it can help a huge amount at the minute where people can only run one army around, sometimes two. Cool, took that with no issue. Spec, you doing okay? Might try and come through the village. Interesting. Haven't played in a few seasons. I hope your exams, etc. are going well. So how quickly do these guys... How do I see my commanders in? Is that the best way to do it? No. How do I see what their HP is at? So they're already kind of regenerating HP pretty well. He's at yellow at the minute. Yeah, there's a Schumer right back here somewhere. Dead. Green and green, so it won't take long till they're back and I can use them again. In the meantime, I'll send Theoden on a easy sweep. Finally opened up another queue, so we will fill that with spearmen. I think we're going to do 2 spearmen queues and 1 knight queue, because those knight ones just take far too long. See, there's about half an hour's difference between them and the spearmen. That does mean we should have just got another 100 spearmen though, which is useful. This is nice here from Lightning. Level 15 on 60 though, should be a bit easier. Surprised there's at level 15. Where were we level 15? What was our loss like? Is that a draw? Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, no, we had way more loss. Oh no, that's 14, 17, and of course because we had the 17 in. But yeah, it looks like he had a pretty good report there. Definitely better than that one there we just looked at. What's this? 16, 16, 14. That's probably comparable. Yeah, we had less loss in that one. Who knows? They seem to be a little bit random. The one thing I don't know at the minute is previously I used to scout all the time, sending out armies with one troop to scout a tile and try and find easy armies. The biggest problem I'm finding at the minute is I no longer know what the easy armies are. You know, I don't know which commanders are, you know, better or worse than others, so I can't scout to find an easy army. So I'm kind of hitting blind and sometimes hitting really, really hard tiles, which is obviously not ideal. We are slowly running out of mobs because we've kind of chewed through them all. A few of these level 12s we'll probably pick up. We've still got our level 20 mobs kicking around for some reason. Michael. Oh heck no, not whack. We allied them last season and they sold us out. Are they strong? Are they worth, you know, can they provide a decent challenge, etc.? It's the main thing I'm concerned about. Just want to make sure we can yeah, we're not just going around the server bored basically. It would be nice to get a King of Men win, as the last two King of Men servers we've done have been absolute, you know, mammoth servers where we've tried to arrange the, you know, the best teams possible to fight against. So we had 2B or Toby and X-Hub with SDCC against us, Power and Drum. That was a really, really close server. Could have gone either way a few times, but we did lose that one. And then we were in the Mammoth server with, you know, IRSS, UTTP, Only, Chaos. You know, there's a ton of other big teams I haven't mentioned in there. Some really big teams. Sith as well, which is former Jedi. Yeah, some absolutely mammoth teams in there. That we, yes, we haven't actually won a King of Men yet because we fought against these huge teams so far. So it'd be quite nice to get a King of Men win. Not that I'm counting my chickens 3 hours in. They won while being the weakest. Well, if they did win the server, so they can't be awful. So that'll be good. Hopefully there's some good challenges in here. And good to see. Good to see. So that was a Tactics Evolved server. So they did win a Rebuild and Glory as well. Not sure what campaign this is. For some reason it's in Chinese. I think Chinese. Have they played King of Men before? They have won, or this at least the leaders won a King of Men before. So if I compare that to ours, kind of won. Well, I won season 1. Got through to 2, 3 and 4 were absolutely rough for us as we kind of started establishing our team. Came up against some really big whale teams and lost those. Then we won a few Rebuilding Glories and Tactics Evolved on the bounce in roleplay, which is when we decided that roleplay was getting a little bit dull as it got to the point where we were kind of steamrolling servers on our own. So that's when we started going non-roleplay. And that's when we jumped into those 2 big King of Men servers to try and get good, strong, organised fights. And while we lost, they were really, really fun servers still. And then we just did a simple Rebuild and Glory last time to kind of give our members a little bit of a break away from the stress of a really tough server. Which of course we won. So yeah, it'll be good. And hopefully this King of Men we can put in the bag. Guess we'll see. So let's look again what our commander's health looking like. How quickly does this come back? So is that full? Looks full. There's got to be a way to see this easier. If anyone knows an easier way to see this, please let me know. Once I go commander here, does it say HP? No. Well, it says how much HP they have total, it doesn't say. Yeah, anything other than that? If you can hear my dog yawning in the background, apologies. It's quite high pitched. He's decided to wake up angry this morning. So I wonder where's Hollow out of production now if he's still top. What was it, 1-3 last time, so almost 1-4. So our problem then is troops. We do have the stamina to, you know, keep taking tiles. We just don't have the troop numbers at the minute. Just waiting for all of these to come in. So this is hitting level 12 mobs with Theoden. I think we can start taking some tiles with him because we're nowhere near our tile limit. We're still in the top 10, but we've still got 40 tiles in our tile limit. We might as well get an extra, you know, 300 power or whatever from taking them with Theoden. Get us up in and around the top. That'll develop our ring quicker, get us resources quicker. There's a million reasons to do it. Beans formation getting up and running. You're seeing again that good damage from Aragorn King of Men. Really cool. Don't see too many people using him, so it's quite good to see. Trying to use this 1 hour resupply. Right, let's just chuck all full troops in here and we'll take some tiles. We'll take a few 30-40 power tiles. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't. It's only going to benefit our production, and we're fighting level 12s at the minute, so that's what, 30 power tile. See how he does. Of course, the downside is that mobs are a lot easier, and doing this, we're going to lose troops which we kind of need to take the higher power tiles. So it's kind of a catch-22, but oh well. Right, so we've hit level 5, so we should be on that boost now. Let's give all the donations we can. Hopefully this is a bit of a walkover. That's what I'm hoping. I don't want to lose a ton of troops taking really low power tiles. There we go. Our single troop sweeps are still working, getting some more grain in. Imrahil's leveled up from that tile, so we get a bit more healing. Gimli leveled up from his sweep, so a little bit more damage. Gandalf as well. Slightly higher chance of follow up. How did Theoden do? Ah, that's better. Yeah, so really low losses. Handy. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Should see, so there we go, the healing. So you don't really lose many troops because that ally from Denethor is just healing everything up. I'm going to send him at a 40 power tile now as well. Which power's been on? 625. Might be long with that formation till he's climbing up as well. I think the biggest limit to our production going forward at the minute is going to be the fact that we don't have a lot of people around us in a weird way. It's going to be kind of a help and a hindrance. The help's going to be the fact that, you know, all these tiles are available for us to kind of gobble up. Slayer a home player? No, he's in ring. You know, there's a lot of tiles around there for us to gobble up, but the downside is there's not really you know, anywhere for us to kind of jump off, if that makes sense, like link up to other people's tiles to take quickly. Instead we'll have to path, and that will take up time and, you know, stamina and things like that. So I see that being kind of a little bit of a limiting factor, hopefully not too much, but Michael, they'll set up a scenario during the season. Well, that's kind of the point of Diplo. If they win the season by putting everyone else against each other, that's kind of good Diplo work, if I'm being honest. You'll see that a lot of the places. Again, 40 power tiles, very, very easy for this formation. That's good to see. Not losing too many troops. I probably could lose a few more and send them at a 60, but at the minute I've got no kind of reason to do so. I don't see the upside of sending them at a 60. I could take a high power tile, but I'd kill off loads of troops, and I want to save those troops so I can use them on a 90 with my main formation, basically. Of course, I do still have AMR kicking around, regenerating stamina, but I think I'm just going to leave him for, you know, it's going to take him 14 hours to fully recover, so I could just leave him till the end of today and use him later on stream when he's got a bit more stam. So let's send Theoden. Oh, Theoden isn't actually full troops. I probably should have waited for that heal to finish. Oh well. Yeah, there should be all these little 40s will be just climbing us up this little ranking. That will be probably second pretty soonish. Just burn through Theoden's stamina here. We've got 4 marches. Silver's got 2, but I can just swap out someone else in there for him. So yeah, that would be a useful extra bit of power for us. We're actually quite low. How are we low on troops here? How is that possible? Mental. Who's losing the most troops? Is it? It's Imrahil. But we are getting good levels up as well, I suppose, so that'd be useful. We'll get more. With 1 more skill point soon. Next level. He's almost there already, so yeah, just keep taking these 40s, keep growing. JR, where's all the original homies? Good to see you're still at it, lad. Good to see you, JR. Hope you're well. I assume from that means that you guys have dropped away. Because I haven't heard from yourselves for a little while. Hopefully you guys are well. Asking where homies are at. We've got quite a few still. If I just go power ranking, so obviously new Hollow already. You got Pawsey here. You got Rain as well. Tyrox, Sampi, yeah, Alander as well. A lot of the old school homies still here. Alderon, Benef. Obviously Alderon come back after his season with yourself. Bean, you know, Lightbringer, T-Mac, Cole. There's loads of the old school. KJ. And then we've got a lot of good additions as well. Lots of new homies who were, yeah, really good additions. So it's great to see. Moment 2.0 came out, I quit. Fortnite OG took over. Sad to hear. Hopefully you guys are doing well. That season with SDCC was pretty rough, so I don't blame you. Tatey, hello. What season are you playing? We are playing King of Men. So yeah, non-role play, obviously. Couple more heals. Starting to think these are getting a bit low. Hey, pleasure to play. Same server. Also applied for home. Yeah, similarly, we're going to struggle to get everyone in. We need to make sure we get all of our, if anyone's watching on stream, any of these guys, we need to get all the home players in first. Hopefully they're cool with that. Just take a bunch more of these 40s, link up to that 90. Theoden's actually doing surprisingly well at taking these tiles. Still got this ton of stamina, so we've got 45 stamina and we've got a tincture as well for our mains, which is crazy. You know, and we're at number 3, shortly will be number 2, and then we can just take 5 or 6 90s when we get the troop numbers, which will put us up to number 1. It should. So we've managed our stamina really efficiently. And that's kind of why I said that during the day, stamina management is the most important thing, because now stamina doesn't regenerate. Or sorry, because the marches take 20 stamina rather than 10 like they used to in the first 24-hour buff. That stamina management is the most important thing. Need some troops. Come on, knights. Make Inferno happy. Give me some more knights. Right, these guys should have healed by now, so they can do their thing again. 1 troop. I wonder how long it is before this gets patched. It can't be long. Cannot be long at all until this gets patched. They can probably take level 12 mobs now, I think. Make sure not to waste that stamina on there. Because if I send and recall with my mains, that still wastes half an hour worth of stamina. King of Men 2.0 is hard. Good luck. Thank you. I appreciate that. It does look like we're probably the strongest team on the server. But of course, there's nothing stopping other teams from banding with us. We also don't currently have a kingdom partner. We came into the server alone, so we don't currently have a kingdom partner. WAC on the other side of the map. DNSR are in a Nedwaith, which is pretty close, and I'm not sure where Ethelduath is, but LISY are in Hills of Rune up by WAC, so I don't know if that's going to be their partner, but it looks like currently this is a good start from us anyway. So hopefully this will be a good season, but hopefully not a boring season is the one thing I'm a little bit concerned about, but I guess we'll see. Right, we're actually low on these tier 1. We're just slowly running out of these tier 1 horses. That's what we're low on. Or kind of low on everything. Hello, we are live. Let's enjoy the scene. We've got another YouTuber. Spanish streaming. That's quite cool. When are you going to release the HJWV T-Mac footage? I think I've spawned a long way away from him. Fingers crossed. I haven't seen T-Mac anywhere. Nah, it's just that's natural. When you spawn so close to somebody else, you're going to both want to take the resources. So there's always going to be little clashes. It happens every season with everyone. So yeah, not the end of the world. I can't march. Is that because he has no stamina? Yes, it is. Isildur is out of stam. Did Gimli just lose? He did. That's rubbish. Gimli, it's only a level 12 mob, for goodness sake. Admittedly, you had no troops, but we'll leave that part out. Right, I need to swap a Isildur out. Who will I swap him in for? I think I'll probably swap in Denethor. Get them extra heals in. Back's killing me from sitting in this chair for 4 hours. There you go, max that healing, get 1 HP for all our men units. That would definitely be useful. You see, we've got a good range of commander levels here. We've got so many leveled up commanders that we're in good stead for keeping up in this server, I think. God, this game's laggy in a second. There you go, so we're in third. Still got a ton of stamina on our mains. Should be fine. There you go. That's where T-Mac is, JR. He's with Bean. Another new homie. Using Gorebag, interestingly. Probably not the commander I would have chosen. And Mouth of Sauron. Interested to see if that works. Double O Heavens in. My problem is I can't accept people at the minute because I'm not actually... Oh no, I am currently one of the officers in, but I don't think I'm one of the ones that can accept and reject people. But yeah, not that that's any worry at all. I need to quickly go grab a drink. Give me 2 seconds and I'll be right back. Sorry about that. So I need to swap out Isildur. Yeah, probably for Denethor, just get a few more of them heals in. A little bit concerned level 9, he might just kill off all my troops, but hopefully not. Cool. Who else can I put in there? I could put another damage dealer in, I suppose. A ton of other comms I could chuck in. Galadriel, of course, could chuck in. Have her as a focus damage dealer. Aragorn we mentioned earlier, but no, I think we'll stick with that for now. Just see if that takes 40 still with minimal losses. That's the main thing we're concerned about, is just getting a few more tiles stuck in, basically. What we got? We got Franks here with King of Men, Gandalf the White, and Dane taking 60 power tiles. Quite high loss, unfortunately, but he is doing it at level 13. It's quite low level, and with tier 1s. Using Dane here, using the Black Bow, interestingly. Still good attack and decent damage, so not a bad choice. Using his axe on King of Men. Very strong build here. Berserker's Raiment, a good choice as well, obviously, as well as the Palantir. Pretty much best in slot all the way through. And then we have Gandalf as well, which is a nice choice. Gone for the Reach of the Riddermark, which is a good decision. Gives that commander initiative. So those of you who don't know, you need to try and get Gandalf the White's initiative higher than other commanders like Sauron, so you can get your pre-battle phase boosts in before the Commander Madness, which then inflicts, because if the Sauron is higher initiative and inflicts madness on your Gandalf, you can therefore end up applying White Council to your opponent's troops or White Rider to your own troops. So yeah, definitely try and get some initiative in there. And then otherwise, looks like he's gone focus. Yeah. Hollow taking 90 power tiles with 1 command of troops. To be fair, I wonder if... No, we need another damage dealer, really. We've got Gandalf the... I reckon we could do it with Gandalf the White and Dane, but I don't think... There's March. I wonder if we could take a 90 with Dane, but I don't want to do it. Don't want to do it. I don't want to kill off my Dane, but I don't lose 3 troops, I suppose, if I tried it. I don't suppose there's any downside, really, to doing it. And as we are troop limited at the minute, so doing it with 2 damage dealers in Saruman and Skalhelm, but much better gear. We could probably do it with a 60, but I'm not sure I want to do it with a 60. Yeah, it's a bit weird, that bar. I'm trying to work out how I think they'll what they'll do to try and get rid of that single unit. I'm going to call it an exploit because it's not really, it's not like cheating or anything like that, but I'm going to call it an exploit. I think what they'll probably do is they'll probably increase the amount of time it takes for commanders to regenerate their HP, making you more reliant on those tinctures, because that would therefore put a limit on how much, you know, how often you could do that. You couldn't just do it every tile. To be fair, I might try it myself, because I've just realised who I can put in as my second damage dealer, because I know I said I'd let his stamina regenerate, but evidently I was lying. Can just chuck AMR in here. Either way, we don't want usable troops in here, but let's see how we do, because Hollow's gear was an absolute ton better. I think he was using lower level comms there. (13, 16, 18). Whereas we'll be using 18, 18, 17. That's got to be fine, right? That's got to be fine. Let's find out. This could be an absolute L I'm about to take, but I guess we'll find out. The problem being that my gear doesn't give commander HP, so my commanders don't live very long. So I'm probably just going to die here, but oh well. For the memes, let's do it. You guys can all roast me in chat afterwards when I F this up, but all we're going to lose, I suppose, is HP to our commanders, which we will get back pretty quickly once they're back in. Once they're back in our fortress. So we're not really losing much. We'll lose 3 troops. So I don't see the downside of trying it. So let's give it a shot. And we got Theoden kicking round as backup to take the tile. So let's just send it, see what happens. Sorry to chat away in text chat, very boring. Right, 25 seconds and he'll hit. Right, fingers crossed we're going to get a decent draw here. I'm hoping he takes out half the tile, and then I can send Theoden over to finish it off maybe. I don't see us getting as good of a draw as Hollow, where it's pretty much, you know, tile's pretty much gone, apart from that Usura. We're higher level, but significantly undergeared. If you look at the damage he's inflicting here, it's nuts. And that level only really matters for Yeah, there we go. So less than half. That level only really matters for how much leadership you have and how many commands of troops. The main thing is your commander's damage and HP, and we just didn't have the HP in comparison. But there's only like 900 left on that tile, which is pretty much of the 40 power tiles I've been taking with Theoden, so screw it. The only thing I've just realised is I think that was a massive waste of stamina compared to a XP. Yeah, 3k compared to 10k we would have got for taking a 90 all out with troops. So a little bit of a waste of stamina, but worth a try. I still want to see what this massively high level mob's going to do. Yeah, the main thing is obviously you need your commanders to stay alive for as long as possible, so you need commander HP, and this is the problem where I'm using classic gear. It's not giving HP in the same way that, like, if I use like scale mail would do 1200 more HP, probably would have kept Dane alive a little bit longer. So if you're going to do it, you should probably consider that when you do it. But hopefully Theoden can take this tile. Could be about to take a massive L if Theoden takes a ton of losses as well. Where are we at? All the way down to 4th. But I imagine most people will have used all the stam on their main comms, so we've still got stam coming out of our ears. It's just troops we haven't got. Another bunch of spears. Oh, we're actually starting to hit a resource deficit. That's interesting. Yeah, troops in as well. Yeah, so if Ollie's doing that, he's going to be able to very quickly take those. Oh, we drew. I'm surprised at that. Oh, it's just the commanders left over. So I have to wait 5 minutes to get the result of that. That's brilliant. Love some waiting. And Theoden, though, and Imrahil leveled up, which is good. Barracks to level 18 gets us a bit more stone. Do need to take conscription post to level 9. First, we need to level up our grain, but we have no iron. We're hitting quite a surprising resource deficit here. It's a bit surprising, a bit earlier than I thought we did it. It's going to take 5 minutes for that to come out. I'm not sure if I can have to wait. I suppose I can send out some sweeps as well while I'm there. Didn't check their HP, but should be fine. Yeah, about now. Right, don't send them at level 12 mobs. Too soon for that. Level 10s. And I need to swap all that gear back. So this is the slight pain with leapfrogging gear, is you have to just constantly go back and forth swapping it over, but it's worth it for the amount of extra damage you get by just swapping it all around all the time, but it's just a bit of a pain in the... I wish you could have predefined sets that you could just kind of click a button and it swapped the set to your commander and off the previous commander, because that would make life so much easier. But fortunately not the case. I'm on my way, Azog. Beano v T-Mac this time round. You guys can have your fighting arguments over tiles. go, Bean's flying now, taking these 90s. He's going to be catching me up in production soon. Ooh, Iron. Isaac, he's got a Zenith Elrond. That's awesome. Love Elrond. Zenith 2 Elrond. What else you got? Zenith Gil-galad. Zenith 6 Gil-galad. Wow. Again, that's pretty cool. He's also got Zenith 1 Gandalf the White. And then also a strong Gandalf the Grey. And his gear's nuts. And he's in this. He must be like one of the only players in this fellowship. That's interesting. Oh. Right, I think we'll get a couple more of these and then we're gonna head off. Stream for nearly 4 hours now. Absolutely exhausted. Yeah, just while I've got people here, if you have enjoyed the stream and liked it, and if you have enjoyed the stream, please could you hit the like button? It does make a massive difference, and I do really appreciate it. And anyone who isn't subbed, if you could hit sub, you'll see a lot more of my videos coming up in future. I do actually have a video releasing on its own in. Oh, actually, no, it's coming tomorrow. Sorry, ignore me. There's a video coming tomorrow at 12 o'clock, which does run through the damage formula and, you know, talks through damage boosts and damage reduction and which is best and why. With examples of comms that can exploit this and why they're so strong. So, yeah, definitely keep an eye out for that. And you'll see that if you do hit sub and hit the little bell. But yeah, if you're watching, if you could hit like, I'd really, really appreciate that, as it does help push the video out to other people as well. $10. Gimli's coming back on his way back in. Let's have a run through of what we're looking at ranking. So ring level, we're in 11th. Personal production, we are currently in 2nd. About to, okay, fine now. Go back in, about to open up a bit of a gap, unless that includes that. Maybe it includes that. Kingdom wise, or at least fellowship wise, home is currently streaking away a little bit with this. Of course, we will have more members at the 2nd because we're a higher level fellowship and because of the higher production. But yeah, we're going pretty well, basically. We do still have a ton of stamina. So we've got 33 in Dane, and we can use a tincture. So essentially we've got 100 stamina. Same with Gandalf. Not so with AMR, but we can use Elrond as well, who's got nearly 100 stamina and a tincture as well. So we are looking pretty rosy to have a bit of a push once we've got a few more troops and just drive and see if we can get to that kind of #1 spot, which is currently occupied by another home player, which is Hollow, who will be a hard catch-up considering he's able to take, you know, 60 power tiles with 0 troops. So he hasn't got the same kind of limitations that we have at the minute. But we'll get there slowly. But what have we got in the comments? Didn't know that you were moving to KOM, otherwise we would join you. I was speaking to Hollow. Ah, sorry. What was your, is that your username in game? Tayrez Gaming. So just in a bag end waiting to register. That's a shame. Hopefully we can, there's a few people we might be able to village in. So if you contact Hollow, he might be able to village you in, because there's a few that we're thinking about trying to get in that way. Hollow's C team has a Zenith 5 Witch King with Gandalf the White and Gandalf the Grey. That's madness. Yeah, the main thing with this is level is almost irrelevant because the number of troops and leadership from level doesn't really increase. The key thing is just damage, just pure commander damage. So it does require pretty strong gear basically to be viable. We're just going to keep leveling up this kind of secondary team through sweeps, I think. At some point they'll become useful and be able to help us. We'll probably just end up ploughing them with minimal troops into tiles before we take with our main team, just to reduce losses. Yeah, we were going to move to Tactics Evolved. So basically, we were originally in Rebuilding Glory, then we pulled out and we're going to Tactics Evolved, but then I can't remember what happened. I think we got basically followed in there, and we weren't really interested. We had a couple of other teams with a grudge, and we weren't really interested, so we pulled out of that and now came into King of Men. But the annoying thing now is it's a bit of an empty server by the looks of it, but I guess we'll see. And yeah, Hollow is an animal. What level were his commanders? 18, 16, 16. Oh, your Glorfindel Gamer. Yes, yeah, I came up against you a few times as well. I did give it a Google to see if you'd pop up, and couldn't find anything when I played against you. Yeah, definitely speak to Hollow and see if you can village in, because it could be worth doing so. I think you have to wait a week, so you will be a little bit behind if you did want to do that. But yeah, definitely could be worth doing and getting in the team basically, because it looks like we're going to have a good season. Mobs seem to be spawning pretty regularly as well, which is good to see. Right, I can now disband this formation as they're out of stam. I think I'm going to create a secondary kind of sweeper team and just go nuts on sweeping. So let's chuck Aragorn in just for Michael, who was mentioning him earlier. What else have we got kicking around? I just need someone who can do some commander damage, basically. AON. All they're going to do is go around and sweep for me anyway, just hitting level 6s. Maybe Boromir, he's got some good men support. Let's chuck him in. Because while we're not sending our mains, we might as well send others out to sweep around for us. So like we'll just send like that. Not sure what's the best one here. Screw it, let's just go for damage. Not doing anything other than sweeping anyway. Not the level 20 mobs, the level 6 ones. Need to give them some basic gear as well. Actually, where's Aragorn? Just because this deals damage. I know it's not the best set in the world, but screw it, who cares? Just anything that can give bonus damage. And then Boromir, again, can just use anything, to be honest. Just using these for sweepers, so I'm not really bothered at all about what gear they have. You join now to Kraken and waiting for another good group to come join us. That's cool then. Good luck for your next season. It's a shame you couldn't jump in with us. Because yeah, purple gear almost not cutting it when it comes to PvP. Yeah, you're completely right that gold gear is the variance between gold and purple gear is massive. Like unrefined, unstrengthened gold gear in most places is better than purple gear, which is pretty nuts. And shouldn't be the case, but is what it is. They're just trying to make this game all about gold gear for the obvious reason. Another level 10. Just leveling these guys up slowly. Oh, he lost. He didn't do it. Our weak level 5s with crappy gear actually needed better gear. No. I didn't expect that. Oh, maybe he needs to be level 7 or 6 rather than 5. It's probably because his gear's so bad. As I said, they haven't got much damage gear on and they're not particularly great skills. Oh, God. Anyway, thank you for those who've hit the like. I definitely appreciate that. We have been going now for near 4 hours, so I think this is pretty much where I'm going to call it. Production-wise, we are currently in 2nd place. Currently in 2nd place, a little bit above, but a little bit behind Hollow, but we do still have quite a lot of stamina left on our main comms. Home is again in 1st, so we're doing really well there. Just looking at comm levels, we've got plenty here. 218, 17, another 17 down here, 15, 15, 15. Got a good range of comm levels here. We're just running a little bit behind Hollow, which is unsurprising with the kind of gear he's got available. So I think we are going to call it here. I do need to get some stuff done today, go to the gym, and my eyes are hurting from staring at this little screen for so long. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed what you've seen here. I probably will come back on for maybe a couple of hours later this evening to show how far I've got in the rest of the day, and I can give a few hours for my commanders to regenerate some stam in that time. If you have enjoyed, of course, if you haven't already, please hit the like button as always, and if you could hit sub as well, I would really appreciate that. And yeah, thank you to everyone who's tuned in. I really appreciate all of you. I really hope that you've enjoyed the stream, and I really hope to catch you on the next one.